So today we're going to be talking about this world, how it's a simulation, and consciousness. So what you must understand is that the brain, the body, is a piece of technology. This body you have is simulating the reality to you. Now, the body is like a crystal. It receives frequencies. That's what crystals do. So if you have a radio, if you have a phone, they all use crystals because they receive frequencies. Your body is an antenna. Your brain is an antenna. Your pineal gland has crystals on it because it receives consciousness. Now, this consciousness is the real you. You are the consciousness, not the body. The body is nothing but a holographic version of yourself. It's the ego, the echo. It's an echo of the false, it's the echo of the true self. You are an invisible consciousness. You are the thoughts, the emotion. This is all to do with consciousness. So all of your decision making, all of your emotions, that's in consciousness and not in the body. So you are not even in the body. That's the biggest illusion. You think you are in the body. Your consciousness is not in the body. It's completely separate from the body. The body is an antenna which receives the signals of consciousness. So you can experience this reality. But the body is simulating the reality. The brain produces the reality that you're experiencing. It's like the Sims game. You see how, they always show the truth in plain sight. You see how you have this thing above their head, this little diamond shape? This is the consciousness. This is you. This is your avatar. You're playing an avatar. This is a character in a game. Your body is a character. Now, the human form only exists in the three-dimensional world. Now, your ego was not present when you were born. When you were born, you had no ego. You were pure. You were pure consciousness. You were pure emotion, pure thought. That's it. But as you grew older, as you gained experience in this three-dimensional avatar, you grew an ego, which is the earthly personality. The ego is your mind's perception of itself in a three-dimensional body. So the ego is the echo of the true self. You are the consciousness. You are the thoughts. You are the emotions. But let me say that again. You're not the thoughts and the emotion. These are aspects of consciousness. So thoughts is called the mind. The mind is consciousness. But the mind is just the aspect of, it's the thought aspect of consciousness. Emotion is the feeling aspect of this consciousness, the all-seeing eye, the consciousness. So you are not even in this plane, you are playing a game. So when you are using a controller to play a virtual reality, you are the controller. You are the consciousness. You are the mind. You're not the thoughts and the emotions. You're the observer behind that. You're the one feeling them thoughts and emotions. So the body is only a part of this three-dimensional world. And your consciousness interacts with this world, with the brain. You see, like I said, the brain produces the reality you are in. See, the body is organic technology. It has been designed, it has been specifically designed to run a simulation. So this is a designed simulation, and your consciousness has been uploaded to this simulation. Whether that we choose this, whether they're not, I don't know about that. But this is a simulation. Your consciousness is not in this simulation. It's experiencing the simulation. It's a virtual headset. Imagine putting a VR headset on. This is what you are doing with the human body. But other than just seeing and hearing, you've got sight, you've got five senses, you've got everything involved. So the brain, well, your consciousness, your thoughts and emotions interacts with an energy grid, interacts with the brain, and the brain then produces the reality. So your thoughts and emotions, your consciousness, is weaving its own reality. Let me say that again. You are projecting your own reality based off your thoughts and emotions. Every single thought and emotion has led you to this very point in life. Your life is a direct result and correlation of every thought and emotion you felt in the past. Therefore, your consciousness, your thoughts and emotion is weaving your own path in this lifetime. Your consciousness is creating its own reality. Now, there are external forces. External forces can manipulate your reality through belief. This is why it's called a government. They govern your ment, your mind, your thought, your belief system within consciousness, your memories. So thoughts, emotions, and memories, they are all in consciousness. They are not in the brain. The brain is a computer. It's yes or no. The brain has no memory. It has none of this. It is a computer. It's yes or no. So, like I said, the brain is what you're experiencing, and you are weaving your own reality through thoughts, emotions. Now, the external forces are belief systems. They install belief systems within your mind, within your consciousness, to limit your consciousness, to keep your consciousness bound to three-dimensional physical body awareness. Why do we'll go into that a bit later. But everything they do is to install information and programs, because your programming of the consciousness is what keeps you stuck to three-dimensional awareness, keeps you stuck at a low state. Everything they do is to push fear, because fear is a bondage. Because remember, you are this consciousness. You are out of the body already. But through belief is how you get yourself stuck in three-dimensional awareness in this body. It's a simulation. The body is holographic. It's a holographic avatar, and you're playing this holographic avatar. You leave this avatar every single night when you go to sleep, and you go into alternative realities. Here you see George Washington, the Freemason, with the G above his head. It's the same symbolism. Or you see the I here, the I, because it's the same symbolism. Your consciousness, this is just an avatar. This is a body. Your name, you are not your name. You are not your memories. You are not your clothes you wear. You are not what people think about you. You are the pure consciousness. Whether you believe that or not, you are, and you need to detach from all of these programs. Who you think you are is basically a bunch of programs. Well, my name's Harry, I wear this, I live here, and I do this job. That's me. That's not you. That is not you. They are programs. And the programs keeps your consciousness stuck to this body, to this realm, a slave to physicality. And they don't teach you emotional intelligence. They don't teach you all of these things, because religion was made to keep your consciousness stuck in three-dimensional awareness, to keep your consciousness stuck in the body, in the simulation, in the fake self, in the ego, instead of telling you how to control your emotions, how to control your own mind, to be, instead of telling you to become the best version of yourself and becoming the God self. Instead, they tell you to get on your knees and pray to God in the sky. You see the difference here? They're not telling you to become the best version of yourself. They're not telling you to transmute the negative aspects of the self into positive, because it's all the negative things that keeps you stuck in three-dimensional awareness. You see how here there's the checkered board? This represents physicality. This is division, divided, black on white. This is the division of the physical plane. But we are all just a divided consciousness. We're all the same consciousness in a different body. It's a fractal universe. It's an illusion that we are all separate. But love is also in consciousness. Love is the force of consciousness. Love is the unifying force that brings all of the consciousness back together. Everything is made with love. This is why it's divide and conquer. They keep us divided. They keep us fighting against each other. How do they do that? Through postcodes, through different streets. They do that through different cities and labeling them different countries and labeling them different ethnicities, labeling them different football clubs, different schools. You see, everything they do is to keep us divided because love is naturally in our consciousness. When a baby comes out of the womb, it does not come out of the womb trying to bomb people. It comes out of the womb with love. The kid is pure love. The baby is pure love when it comes out of the womb because it's expressing pure consciousness. And as the baby grows up, it becomes corrupted through the system, through society. It's all about keeping us divided so that we do not unify this consciousness. Because once we all realize it's about us, they're not mocking God because they know that God is within you. Consciousness is God. So all of these fake psyopses about, mocking the Last Supper and the Olympics, it's all a psyop. It's all mind control. Everything you see mainstream media is mind control. News, the word news is north, east, west, and south. And they broadcast live news to north, east, west, and south. They broadcast spells, you see, to a broad amount of people. They're casting spells. It's all mind control. The whole system is mind control. The word government means mind control. Govern the mind, govern consciousness. So what you are seeing here is the same symbolism. This is the G. See the light rays coming off it because this is the light. This is the consciousness. This is the light. This is the you. This is the soul, the mind, consciousness, thoughts, emotions, memories. That's in consciousness. This is just an avatar. It's not him. This is the I am. This is God. There is a battle between God and the devil. See, the devil is the ego. The ego is the layer between you and God, your consciousness. The ego keeps you stuck. The ego wants the food, it wants the sex, it wants the money, it wants the fame, it wants the cool status. All of them things is keeping your consciousness, which is not physical, stuck in a physical way of thinking and in three-dimensional awareness. The whole system is designed to keep you stuck in three-dimensional awareness. They get you addicted to cigarettes, alcohol, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, Netflix, working, bills, dogs, family. Everything they do and everything they teach you is to keep your mind externalized on external things. And this is why meditation is so important. Meditation is the only way to connect with the pure divine within yourself. The only way to connect with the pure consciousness, singular consciousness. When thoughts are not present and you're there in the moment with pure consciousness, with no thoughts, no beliefs, nothing, not even the language that your mind uses, you are pure consciousness, you are pure awareness, you are pure. That's the reason of meditation, to connect with yourself, the true self. And that's how to gain a connection with God. We're going to look at this. Look at the symbolism of the ancient Christians. This is in Rome. This painting's in Rome. It was built in. It was painted in like the 1600s. It's the Kabbalah tree. But what you're seeing here is not God and Jesus. This is you, your body, and this is your consciousness. This is your mind. This is you up here, Kether. See, this is the Kether. This is Malkuth. This is, see, we will, I'll make a whole lecture on the Kabbalah and how you initiate yourself into the Kabbalah. If you really want to do, right, so basically what the Kabbalah is, it's the way to connect with the pure self. It's the way to the source. It's the way to God. So you are here. This is Malkuth. This is the physical plane. And you climb this tree through the 22 paths. There are 22 paths. One dath, which is here. It's a sphere. So this is the dath. It shouldn't be on there. This is the hidden sphere. And there are 10 spheres. So there are 10 spheres, one dath, and 22 pathways, which adds up to 33, of course. So this is why Jesus is crucified at 33, because Jesus being crucified at 33 represents the sacrificing of the body and raising yourself up to the consciousness. There are 33 vertebrae on your spine also. Where is the consciousness? Well, the radio receiver of the consciousness is in the brain. That's why you always see brain symbolism of God in the brain, Michelangelo, So the 5 wounds on the cross, what are the 5 wounds? The 5 senses it's the data of the 5 senses, because your body is technology. So the data of the 5 senses must be shut off, and you must crucify your body, which means shut off the 5 senses, crucify yourself, crucify all of the ego, crucify every desire, every lust, every negative emotion, every physical attachment you have, and crucify your body and your materialistic way of thinking and the ego and the 5 senses to the divine mind. That's the crucifixion of yourself that you must go through to reach the highest potential of yourself, to reach pure consciousness, to exit the simulation, to exit this physical plane. That is what the crucifixion is about. And this is the Kabbalah tree, because every religion, if you go to Albert, I don't know why it's not loading. There should be a picture of Albert Pike here, which is, okay. Albert Pike, the most well-known Freemason in the world, said in his book Morals and Dogma, all religions has its roots in the teachings of the Kabbalah, because the Kabbalah tree is the way back to your source. You came from here, you came from Kether, you manifested down into Malkuth, which means kingdom, physical plane, and this is where you are now, and this is the path back to source. I will make a whole lecture on this. This is a very, very long lecture I need to make on this, so I can't go over the Kabbalah tree now. Do your own research on the Kabbalah. You don't need to join a lodge. You don't need to join a secret society to initiate yourself in this journey. But I'm warning you, if you initiate yourself into the Kabbalah tree, you're going to have very, very challenging ways. You're going to have very challenging things happening and occurring in your life, because it's the whole point of the Kabbalah tree is to rip apart your ego and destroy your old self to be born again to the pure consciousness, to reach your highest potential. Okay. So this is why you always see the Father, the Son, and the Holy Trinity. This is always the reason why Hinduism or Buddhism, there's always 3 gods. There's always a trio of gods. If you look at all the religions, there's always a trio. Not all of them, but a lot. There's 3 gods, the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. It's because it represents the 3 top spheres of the Kabbalah tree. See, he has a triangle here. This is you. This is your consciousness. See how he's an old man, symbolizing an eternal consciousness? You will never, ever die. This is your body. This is Malkuth. Okay? So this is also hopscotch. Remember playing hopscotch as a child? Well, this is also the path to source, the path back to Kether, the path back to your consciousness, to the oversoul, whatever you want to call it. So man is both human and the divine. This is Albert Pike. See this Masonic symbolism here? You have the eye. This is Kether, which means crown. So you know when kings wear crowns on their head, it represents Kether, because Kether means crown. Kingdom, this is death, because the physical plane, there's death here. You can't die. Your consciousness will never die, but your body will die. So this represents kingdom, the lowest point on the Kabbalah tree, which is matter. Then you're going up through these pillars back to the light bringer, Lucifer. Lucifer is the light bringer. Lucifer is your consciousness. That's what Lucifer is. They demonized all of this. They made it sound so bad. But Lucifer just means loose, see? Lucy means light, fer means bringer, light bringer, and your consciousness is the light bringer that brings the light down into the kingdom, into the physical plane. Like I just showed you earlier with the Sims character and the George Washington. It's the same symbolism. This is the sigil of Lucifer, which is the visual pathway of your brain and how light enters the eyes, which is, and then produces a visual image in the back of the brain in the visual cortex. So this is showing you how light is transformed into images in the brain and how the brain is producing a reality, a simulation in the brain. We see this in the ancient Egyptians here. It's the same thing. This is the back of the brain. This is the visual field crossing over. We see this here. Wow, this is just mind-blowing. Look, they tell you, you see, the Newtonian way, so the Newtonian science, right? Everything about science is all a lie. The whole thing is to program you and program your consciousness, program your mind to limit you. So they tell you that the Earth is a globe in the middle of space. Why? To keep you stuck in physicality. Everything they do is to keep you stuck in physicality. Everything they tell you is to keep your mind stuck in three-dimensional awareness, to keep it stuck to the technology of the body. Everything you've ever been taught is to keep you in three-dimensional awareness. It's not about money. They can print money out of thin air. It's not about money. It's not about anything about physical things. It's about trapping your mind in physicality. I don't know why they're doing it, but this is what they are doing. So they've put this purposely in the model of the heliocentric lie on purpose because it symbolizes the visual field, which is a powerful symbol of how your brain produces a simulation. See? So this is what you are. You are a physical, etheric, astral, mental. This is your consciousness. So you're already out of body. You're not in the world. You're already outside of the body now. The reason you can't astral project is because you have so many limiting beliefs within your subconscious. And I did need to make a video on this. I have some people saying, I've tried the techniques and I still can't astral project. It's not an overnight process. It takes a very long time. It can take you years. You might never even do it. But the only way for you to astral project is for you to detach from every single belief you have and every single limiting belief you have. Because that fear you have, that emotion you have, that mental attachment to external things is keeping you stuck. You can't leave the body unless there is no thought, no emotion present. You must completely surrender yourself, which is the crucifixion. You must crucify yourself to be born again. In John 3:3 in the Bible, what does it say? You are born again. No, sorry. What does it say? It says, In order to see the kingdom of heaven, you must be born again. Where's the kingdom of heaven? It says that in Luke. The kingdom of heaven is within you. It says that in Luke 21:12, I'm pretty sure. The kingdom of heaven is within you, and you can only see the kingdom of heaven when you are born again. You must kill the ego. You must kill every material thing about yourself. If you truly want the path of enlightenment and you truly want to reach the divine, this is how you do it. You must sacrifice yourself. And now, I'm not saying don't work on your life, don't work for greatness, don't work for wealth. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying sit around meditating all day either. I'm saying that yes, you work on your wealth, you work on your body, you become 1% better every single day, physically, mentally, spiritually, in every way possible. I'm saying you need to work on yourself. You need to go to the gym. You need to make as much money as possible and have the best life you could possibly have. But what I'm saying is that you need to work on your mind and make sure your mind is not too attached and entangled with physical things, because the physicality, the ego is the barrier between you and the divine. You cannot see the kingdom of God unless you are born again, and you are born again by destroying the lower self, by completely mastering your mind, and by detaching from all external things. You can still love your family, but remove the attachment. Do not rely on anything or anyone for your happiness, for your peace. That is the most important thing, because that's where they get you. If you smoke, you have to stop smoking. You won't astral project. Some people can, but some people have a natural ability to do so. But if you have any addiction, you have to start getting rid of them one by one. Start with your phone, start with TikTok. Instead of remove that, remove it for watching something else, reading a book. When you're in your car, stop listening to music, put YouTube on, listen to a lecture. Okay? You must remove all of these negative things in your mind. Everything is contributing towards your mental state and your consciousness. Everything you see, everything you hear, everything you do is all contributing to your mental state and your state of awareness and your consciousness. So the whole point of this lecture was to show you and to make sure that you understand that you are not the body, you are the consciousness. And in order to get out of body, in order to reach that higher state, you must crucify your old self. You must crucify everything. You see, death is a very powerful force. They teach you that death is bad. They teach you that sacrificing is bad. There is good sacrificing, there is bad sacrificing. Sacrificing creates a very powerful force. Death is a very powerful force. So when you sacrifice, maybe in order for you to grow, in order for you to reach that next stage of your life, that next stage of your consciousness, maybe you need to cut off an old friend. Maybe you need to stop hanging out with them people who do drugs or who drink alcohol. And we all know alcohol is a potion. It's a magic potion which invokes spirits. So the only way for you to progress is through sacrifice and through crucifixion. And that's what the Bible is telling you, through crucifixion. So that's the only way. So you must sacrifice. You might need to, in order for you to reach that next level of your consciousness, you're going to have to sacrifice some friends. And if you don't, then that will stop the evolution of your soul. The whole point of the universe, the whole point of you coming into physicality is for the journey of the soul. You are here because you are for growth. You are here to grow. It's the whole point of reality. That's the whole point. You cannot not learn something. So what does that tell you? That's the whole purpose of life: growth and expansion, the evolution of the mind, the evolution of the soul, the journey of the soul through the universe. That is the whole point. You can't not learn something. You have to. You will never not learn something. It's impossible for you not to learn. So, the mastery of your mind, the mastery of yourself, is the only thing that counts when you transition from this physical body back to your consciousness. It's the only thing that counts. It's the only thing that matters. You need to prepare for your life after death. You need to prepare because you will not have this physical body forever. What we're discussing now is very deep ancient teachings. You won't find these teachings anywhere else. You're in the best university ever, ever online. And that's what it's all about, people. The transmutation of your mind. The Bible says, the Bible tells you, because the Bible's a spiritual text. It's not about God. It's about the God within you and how you manifest the God within you. Jesus never said he was God. Jesus came to show the divine within other people. He never praised about himself. Read the Bible. Jesus never ever said he is the best. He came to show that people that they could do better than him. Whatever he could do, you could do. That's what he said to his disciples. So the whole Bible is talking about you and how you upgrade yourself. And that's the whole point of exiting the simulation. It's the growth of the soul and being a free traveler. The word Freemason means traveler. And when Freemasons meet, they say, "Are you a traveling man? Are you a traveling man?" Well, the word man means mind. It comes from the Latin word mens, which then got turned into men and man. So when Jesus is the fisher of men, he's the fisher of minds. You see, once you start to learn these words and what they actually mean and the etymology of these words, that's when you find the truth. The Bible, you got to research these words. The word spirit, the word man. What does man mean? It means mind. So when a Freemason says, "Are you a traveling man?" it means, "Are you a traveling mind?" Because that's what Freemasonry is. It's the mastery of the self. It's the growth of the mind and the soul. It's self improvement. Yes, there are bad Freemasons. Yes, there are good Freemasons. Everything has light and dark, but evil's not evil. Evil is necessary for you to grow. In order for that tree to grow to heaven, its roots must extend to hell. In order for you to reach the higher state of consciousness, you must descend into physicality, into evil, for you to then ascend higher. It's the growth of the mind, the growth of the soul. I hope you enjoyed this lecture. Please comment whatever lectures you want to see next. I'll make one about the Kabbalah tree and how you can initiate yourself into the Kabbalah. But just know that is a very painful process. You will go through some very traumatic events that will occur because each sphere is governed by a spirit which will test you, and you must be tested to reach back to Crown or Kether. So anyways, yeah, I'll make a next lecture on that. Thank you all for joining the university. I'll see you soon. Let's talk about the soul trap and how they are trapping our soul in three-dimensional awareness. What is the soul? The soul is the essence that transcends the material realm. It is the part of us that is invisible. It is the live spark of all things. It is the consciousness. It is the I am. However, the mind acts as a connecting medium
that connects the soul to the material plane. The mind is what projects the soul into material realms or other realms. So the mind acts as a bridge between the physical and material realms, the physical and spiritual realms. So what they are doing is tricking your mind into only believing physicality. Like I said before in the last breakdown, you are experiencing the body. The body is producing the simulation to your consciousness. You do not experience the external world. The external world is produced by your body. So therefore, what they are doing is installing programs within your mind which keeps your mind limited into three-dimensional awareness, which keeps the soul and mind stuck to the material plane. This is why it all goes hand in hand with the material heliocentric model. Because what they are doing is only teaching you physical things. They want you believing that your mind is your brain. They want you believing everything is only physical, and they want you believing that you are your physical body. By awakening the mind and transcending the physical plane through astral projection and meditation, this is how we expand our awareness to beyond physical reality. It is the physical plane that they want our mind stuck in. They do not want us traveling the astral realms free from our physical bodies. Because what they are doing is harnessing our energy within the astral plane. So everything they teach you is to go hand in hand with materialism. They promote materialism in the music, through the music industry, through films, Hollywood. Hollywood is made from the holly tree, which the ancients used to make magic wands out of the holly tree to cast spells on you. All of this is casting spells to keep your mind stuck in physicality. So it's essential for our minds and for us to prepare our minds and our soul for life after death. Because we are eternal beings. We are the intelligence within the physical form. The physical form does not live. It is simply a technological machine powered by your soul power. It's important to notice that everything they do is to keep you stuck in three-dimensional awareness and keeping you looking outside of yourself so you never do the internal work. What we need to do to prepare for life after death is to train our minds to remove all external addictions. It is the addictions that they continue to press upon us so that our minds are stuck in physical reality. When your mind leaves the physical form and leaves this material veil of consciousness, this is when our minds are still going to have these material addictions and will reincarnate into physical reality. We need to detach from our external pleasures, which consist of food, cigarettes, gaming, TikTok, everything, your phone. You have to release all of these addictions before you die. You have to master your mind and soul, or else you will reincarnate because your mind is stuck in material thinking. We have to transcend material desire and find the happiness and the joy within ourselves instead of seeking external things. Connect with yourselves, people, and detach from materialism. Everything they do is to promote materialism. Clothes, food, the films, money, everything is to do with emotion and mind. Money has the word M-O-N in it, which means moon, which is emotion. Because the money is keeping us tied to our emotions, and our emotions are keeping us chained to material things. I hope you all understand this and gain a deeper connection with yourselves so that you can transcend this material realm. Let's break down the body, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, the tree of life, and your consciousness, and this three-dimensional world. You have two trees in the Garden of Eden. The Garden of Eden means your mind, because everything is mental, the universe is mental, the universe exists within your mind. This world is what you're experiencing, is the lowest dimension within your mind. The central nervous system is what you truly experience. You do not experience the world. What you touch is your brain's interpretations of electrical impulses on your nervous system. What you see with your two eyes is an image produced by the visual cortex in your brain. So essentially, you are the mind experiencing the body. The body is running the simulation to your consciousness. This is why the central nervous system is one of the trees in the Garden of Eden. It is the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which gives you the knowledge of this realm. This realm, this three-dimensional matrix, it consists of a good and evil, day and night, of duality. The only way your consciousness can experience duality is through this central nervous system, which produces the simulation to your consciousness. So essentially, your mind or consciousness is experiencing and gaining the knowledge of good and evil through this central nervous system. The tree of life is the cardiovascular system, because without this system, this is what gives life or energy to the physical body. This is what keeps you alive during this experience within the three-dimensional matrix or the three-dimensional world. Your heart, rearranged as earth, because when you leave the earth, you are actually in fact leaving your body. When the heart stops, you leave earth. So this is why the heart is earth. When you leave the body, you are leaving earth, because the body is running the simulation and producing the simulation to your consciousness. Your brain is an electrical computer producing this whole simulation. You do not experience the external world, you experience the body. This is why everything in this world is a manifestation and expression of yourself. This is why you have 5 fingers for the 5 elements of this world. This is why you have 5 points on your body for the 5 elements created in this world. Your body is the temple of Solomon. And this is why in the Bible, in Acts, it says, God does not dwell in houses not made by man. Because the body is the house not made by man, and your consciousness is God. The temple of Solomon is the temple of the soul and the mon. The soul and the mind is inside of this temple. And the ancients used to build temples in alignment with the geometry of the human body, because they understood that this body is the temple. What they have done, religion, has externalized this, so that you no longer find the divinity within yourself. The moon is an external manifestation of your feminine energy within you. The sun is an external manifestation of the soul masculine power within you. Everything outside is within you, as above, so below, as within, so without. You yourself are the universe experiencing itself. You are the center of creation.
Hello, and welcome to another lecture of the Ethereal University, the real university. You should be happy that you are here. You are in the only place in the world where you can find exclusive content from me myself for free thinkers and connecting with people who are like-minded and understand and know there is a deeper aspect to life and this reality. And this video, this lecture that I'm going to be talking about today is the meaning of life. What is the meaning of all of this? Because essentially, I've philosophized that nothing should truly exist. Nothing should exist. The fact that something does exist means it's an intelligent design, and something has created this. So the meaning of life, when I look at the meaning of life, I look at things that are impossible not to do. What is impossible not to do in your life? It is impossible for you not to create. It is impossible. You are creating and manifesting every second, every millisecond of the day. You are creating. The consciousness that you possess is a creating consciousness. And when we have creation minimal in our lives, we fall into mental illnesses. Well, I don't say they're mental illnesses, but we get things labeled as depression, anxiety, and all of these other things. We have to create. As a human being, it is in our nature for every living species to create in some sort of way. We are always creating every second of the day. The mind is infinite potential. The mind cannot be filled. The mind cannot be full. You can't fill the mind. You could know everything about the universe and every little secret, yet your mind would not be full. It is infinite potential. Every thought you think has potential to become true. Anything you think in your mind is true in your mind. There is nothing that you cannot think about. You see the power of the mind now that you understand it is an infinite potential. So when I say the mind is the universe is a giant mind, and we are all expressions of this mind. And when they say the universe is always expanding, it's the mind expanding into new information. The universe is mind, and the mind is always expanding. So creating is something that you cannot ignore. So you have to create something in your life. You have to create, you have to manifest, or else you will fall into some sort of mental problem. Learning is another one that it is impossible not to learn. Learning is the expansion of the universe. It's the expansion of mind. And every person you meet is a product of their mind. Where you are in life right now, whether you are very ahead, and I'm supposedly going to say, if you are joining this university, you are doing something right because it's not on the cheaper side to join this university. So wherever you are in life is a direct manifestation of every thought that you have thought in the past. Where you are right now is a product of all of the thoughts collectively. And all of them thoughts collectively have led you to this point where you are right now. So what does this tell you? Your life is a product of thought. Your life is a product of mind. Everything you see in your life is a product of your mind, was manifested from your mind, from thought alone. Okay? So that's a very important thing to understand. And you can never learn enough. The more you figure out, the more you realize you know nothing. And I say that I know absolutely nothing. The more you find out, the more doors that are open within the universe. The universe is an amazing place. You should appreciate being alive. You should appreciate that you are using the most advanced piece of technology on the face of the earth, which is the human body. It's so advanced. It's a piece of organic technology. It's so advanced. All of the systems are working together. We cannot replicate the human body. We can make rockets, we can make planes. You cannot replicate the human body. It is so advanced. It's so advanced. Limitation. This is a very important one. Physical reality limits our mind. Mind is infinite, like I explained earlier, and everything in the mind can happen in the mind. There is no limitation. When you are in the astral plane, there is no limitation. Depending where you are projecting yourself in and what realm you're projecting yourself into, there is no limitation. You can create worlds, and you do create worlds when you sleep. When you dream, you are creating your own world. When you are sleeping and dreaming, you are in fact creating a whole reality from your subconscious mind. And every character you see in your dream is an aspect of your mind. Did you know that? That when you are dreaming, there are hidden messages within your dreams because it's your subconscious mind coming to reality and showing you codes, showing you messages about your mind. So when the mind incarnates physically into a physical reality, there is limitation now pressed upon it. It's hexed. That's why I say you're hexed. You're in the hex of Saturn. Saturn is the cube. Saturn's pretty much the computer running this world, based off my research anyway. And it's time. Saturn is time. So you are limited by time. You have a set time here. And you are limited by physical matter. And when you are in physical reality, you are limited from the things that you learn here. You are a product of your mind's information that you gather. If you gather the deepest and secret knowledge, then your life has less limitations than the one who is programmed, who has a programmed mind. And you are learning the limitations of the mind. You are learning the limitations of physical reality. When you are in the astral plane or the imagination plane, whatever you want to call it, you can manifest at the click of a finger. You want an apple, you click it, you think it, and it's there. That screen in your mind is the astral plane, where you can imagine things. You can pull things up on that screen right now, and it will be there. However, in a physical reality, you now have to give energy and discipline. You learn discipline, you learn to give energy to manifest it into a physical reality. To manifest something into a physical reality is a lot harder than manifesting into an imaginary plane, in the astral plane. So we come here to learn discipline and limitation, and to find out how we function in a three-dimensional world of matter. Because essentially you were astral before you came here. And here's another one. Nature shows us truth. Open your eyes. You have day and the night. You have the sun, the conscious, the electric, boom, power, the sun, living. You have the moon. You have subconscious, the hidden one, the astral. So the sun represents physical reality. The moon represents astral reality. As above, so below. So what is this telling us? Well, the physical world is telling us that there's cycles in this world. You have the good and the bad, and they are cycles. And the beginning of one cycle is the end of another cycle. And the end of another cycle is just a new beginning. Everything is eternal. Your body is not eternal, but your mind is eternal. You have the cycle of the 4 seasons. Like I said, everything begins and ends, but the ending is just a new beginning. It's an infinite cycle of the universe, symbolized by the Ouroboros. This symbol has been used for thousands of years, depicting the end is a new beginning. When you leave the physical reality, you are now reborn in the astral reality. Have you ever died in a dream? I've died in a dream. In fact, this was the other day. I got killed in my dream, and I woke up in another dream, in another reality. And I knew it was going to happen. Like, as soon as I woke up, I just knew, like, I'm in another body now. You are eternal. You are a multi-dimensional being. And until you gain access to these higher planes, people, you will realize how powerful we all truly are. We are all multi-dimensional beings, and we all have immense power when we figure out how to use these minds of ours. These minds are very, very, very powerful. Very powerful. So this is a new page from the new book, the Volume 2 Book of Wisdom. We also come here for growth and expansion, like I said earlier, the expansion of the universe. The scientists, these paid scientists that, are paid to lie to you, they say the universe is always expanding. Oh, yes, it's mind. Mind is always expanding. Mind is always figuring out new information. The mind can never be full. It's always expanding. And the mind is the infinite potential. The mind is the universe. It's every substance you see around you is a product of mind. The squirrel, the dog, you, your mother, your family. It's all mind, all product. They all possess mind. They all share mind, and this mental plane is shared. And your reality is a product of thought, and this physical reality on a macro scale is a product of God's thought. Now, when I say we are God, we are a microcosm of God. God is within us. Now, I'm not saying that we are the creator of this reality. We did not design the human body. God did. We did not design the functions of the heavens, the order of the heavens, and how the sun rotates around the earth. How it does that, I really do not know. The heavens and the sun and how they move is one of the biggest mysteries known to man. How does the sun truly move? How does it never run out of energy? How does it move? How does the stars move? What's moving it? What's the force behind it? Who is it obeying? It's technology. The sun is the most advanced technology ever, but that's a whole nother video I can go over. But I'm not saying I am the one. You are the one who created this reality, who designed the human body and designed everything in this world. I'm saying that you can connect to the source within yourself. The source of life, the source of the universe is inside of you. And you can connect with it. And you are using that power of the source of the universe to create life, to manifest your will in this physical reality. That is the mind. The mind is God. So you have the day and the night, you have the left and the right. Everything is dual in this world. We learn duality. We learn the good and evil. And that's why I say the body, while the central nervous system is the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Why? Because the tree of knowledge of good and evil is this electrical nervous system you are experiencing this reality from. The central nervous system is giving you the knowledge of duality, of good and evil in this physical dual world. Your consciousness is experiencing the central nervous system. Without the nervous system, you cannot function in this world. You need it. This is why it's sacred. It's the tree within the Garden of Eden. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed this video. Please contact me if you wish, for any lectures on anything you want. Give me a message. I'll create a lecture for you. And yeah, have an amazing day, people. Spirit and matter. Man is made in the image of both the divine and physical. He is spiritual, he is physical. Everything is spiritual and physical. Everything physical has a spiritual, life-giving essence to it. Behind your body is the spirit. Without the spirit, you would be a dead meat sack. You wouldn't be able to move. Behind the animal is the spirit. The all everything. The Vatican. This is the head. This is the dome. This is the pine cone, the receiver of consciousness, the cone on the Pope's staff. This is crucifixion. What does this symbolize? Pine is pine cone, square and compass. Now notice something. You have the square on top of the compass. This represents awakening. This is what we're seeing here. We're seeing spirit underneath matter, matter over spirit. Now, this is the triumph. This is the ultimate state of consciousness. Lesson number 3, conscious and the subconscious mind. If you don't know this, your life is going to be hell. So make sure to listen and get your notepads out. So the conscious mind, like your 5 of your mind, only 10% of your mind is what you're aware of, your consciousness. You're conscious. So I'm aware of my feelings, what I'm thinking. This part of the mind, what you consciously do, impresses the subconscious mind, which is 90% of your mind. You are not aware of what is going on in that part of your mind. It's all there, but it's all in the back. The mind that is the system to digest food is picking up on your awareness and your surroundings. So when you were a child, between the age of 0 to 7, your subconscious mind was wide open to programming. Why? Because this is why by the age of 2 or 3 you start to speak. Because your subconscious mind is that wide open. You are literally sucking in every bit of information so you can progress in life, so you can start to talk, walk, and act as a human being. So between the age of 0 to 7, there are programs that are really, really, really deep rooted within your mind. And these programs are operating 90% of your mind. 90% of your mind, which is 90% of your thoughts, when your thoughts become your emotions and they become your actions. Everything in the subconscious is affecting your life, is manifesting. So the subconscious is not only created by these programs between the age of 0 to 7, you've also generated new programs and you're still creating them now. However, essentially, we are deeply rooted with the older programs. But you create programs with emotion and repetition. Emotion and repetition generate mental programs. Driving your car, changing gear, tying your shoelace. You don't have to think about doing these things. You can literally just do it on autopilot because your subconscious mind knows that program is there. So when you consciously think of tying your laces, bang, it's done. You don't have to think about it. The subconscious takes over and does it. So the subconscious is manifesting 90% of your daily basis actions, thoughts, and emotional state on a daily basis. So what's that mean? The subconscious rules your life pretty much, and you need to change these programs. Okay, we're not going to go into this lesson, but the subconscious also sees, counts, and analyzes everything. For example, you go and past this sign. You're in a car, you drive past this sign at 6 o'clock in the morning on the way to work. 8 o'clock at night or 6 o'clock or when you're driving back home, you have a random thought. Oh, I'd love a KFC. Because your mind, you might not have consciously been aware of it, but because of this sign was in your visual sight at 6 o'clock in the morning, later on that day, that subconscious mind has picked up because you started to feel hungry. And this was the first thing you seen that day. This is why it's called advertisement. Ment means mind. They're advertising to your mind and your subconscious. This doesn't really effectively work on the conscious mind, but it works on the subconscious. It lingers thoughts and images in your subconscious memory because of theta waves. When you wake up, an hour or two just after you wake up, your brain is producing theta waves, which is the waves where your subconscious mind has access, easy access. Theta wave is your mind is open to programming. So just before you go to sleep, and when you wake up, your brain's producing theta waves. And this is when your subconscious mind is wide open. This is why you need to be very careful. Never go on your phone when you wake up. Never scroll on TikTok or whatever. Don't do this stuff. The first thing you need to do when you wake up is say something positive and feel something positive. Do this every single day before you go to sleep and after you wake up. This will change your life. This will create positive impressions on your subconscious mind. Okay? It also, the conscious mind, it's like a cycle. The conscious mind, thoughts and emotions impresses the subconscious, and this will repeat. Then the whatever you put into the subconscious will then be put back onto the conscious. It's like a repeating cycle. Okay, so you need to understand this very, very deeply. You need to understand how powerful the subconscious mind is. This is the reason why you think your name is whatever, John, and this is why you wake up at a certain time. This is why you run the way you do. Everything is stored within the subconscious mind. Everything is in there. You identify yourself with the programs that are in your subconscious mind. And that's what the matrix is. The matrix, the system, is a program within your subconscious mind. This system doesn't truly exist. In the physical world, there's buildings and everything. There's only buildings. There's the government building. There's a government group. But what gives that power? The programs, the mind. This system only exists in our minds. We only need to go to school because our mind believes we need to go. We only go to jail because our mind believes this system. The matrix is a program within your subconscious, and so is your self-identity. Your self-identity is just a program within your subconscious mind. Higher faculties. You need to work on your imagination, will, intuition, memory, reason, and perception. This was in the first lesson. You need to work on these to access the subconscious mind. These are all part of your subconscious mind. You have to work on your will, especially your will and imagination, and your memory. They are the three very, very important faculties you need to work on. Can't stress enough how this is so powerful on your life and your subconscious mind. So, for example, I'm going to give you another example of how the subconscious mind affects your life. Let's say you were in a car crash. 20 years ago, you were in a car crash. You were going down the M6 in a red car. Someone flies around the corner or someone smashes into the side of you. You really hurt your leg. Your leg's broken. Your arm's broken. You might have even seen a fellow passenger die. Okay, right? This was 20 years ago. Because you had a strong emotion that you felt that very traumatic, sad, painful emotion. That emotion that you thought had a very, very big punch on your subconscious mind. And this is why, if you think about that moment, that traumatic moment that you've experienced when you were younger, you can recall that moment so vividly, like you were there. Like you could remember the taste, the smell. You could remember every little detail about that moment. Why? Because of the impression of your emotions. Because of the strong emotion you felt punched your subconscious. It says you're never going to ever forget that. Memory. What did I say in the beginning? You don't have good or bad emotion. You don't have good or bad memories, just strong or weak ones, depending on how deeply you impressed your subconscious mind with that emotion. Okay. Therefore, I've just given you the secret to success. The secret to your manifestation is emotion. Your emotions are not what you've been taught. Emotions are not something that is reactive. They should not be reactive. Okay? Your emotions are something that are given to you so you can manifest. Your emotions are a creational force. Emotion, energy in motion. Your emotions are energy in motion. And these emotions are impressed in your subconscious mind. And that's another thing. Whatever you think in your subconscious, whatever you think is true. Whatever you think is true in your subconscious mind. Whatever you think and whatever you say and whatever you feel is truth to your subconscious mind. Remember, the subconscious mind is manifesting 90% of your thoughts and daily actions. Therefore, if you call someone an idiot, if you feel like death, you feel bad, you feel sad, you're telling your subconscious mind that's what you want. If you call someone an idiot, you're telling your subconscious mind that is what you are, because the subconscious doesn't know anyone else but you. Only knows you. It only knows yes. Yes, 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 yes. I want this, I want this, I want this. That is all it does. If you think a negative thought, you're telling your subconscious, I want that. If you feel a negative emotion, you're telling your subconscious, I want that. And it will manifest it. And that's why you need to control your mind. You have to control your mind and emotions and what you say. Okay? Very, very important, people. So remember, when you were in that traumatic moment, going back to the car crash, right? When you were in that traumatic moment, because you experienced that moment, it still affects you today. Because you had that car crash and you felt that such negative and traumatic emotion, it's still affecting you today because you'll be conscious of whose car you get in. I won't get in certain cars with him because this might happen because of that. Or you might not even go in a car at all because of that event. That is how the subconscious mind manifests into 90% of your daily basis behaviors. Every program you have is having an effect on your decision making, your actions and thoughts. This is why you need to heal childhood traumas through meditations. We'll go over that. You need to heal the subconscious. You need to let go from these programs and create your own programs. Hope you enjoyed this lesson. Go and watch the next one. How's it going, people? Today we're going to be going on lesson 5 on the human electromagnetic field. This is very, very important, people. You have to understand how energy works, how your mind contributes towards this, and how your emotions contribute towards this. So the heart produces this electromagnetic field, which surrounds the body from 3 foot to 9 foot, depending on your internal state. And we'll get into that a bit later. But the heart produces this field. Now, the brain is all to do with the mind intelligence. However, the heart is the second brain. It is to do with the emotional intelligence of our beings. So mind and emotion directly connected. They are directly connected. Every thought that you think is producing an emotion. So the thought that you think is an electrical signal in the brain, which then gets sent to the heart. Now, the heart is what's judging. It judges you. It judges what is right, what is wrong. It tells you is this thought good, is it bad, based off the emotional sense that you gain off that thought. Therefore, before we go any further, every single cell in your body, every single organ has its own electromagnetic field. So every cell, every organ, the organs come up to bunch together to create the system. The systems come together to create the body. And all of this contributes towards the electromagnetic field of the heart. Okay? So everything is electromagnetic. I am, you am, every atom is electromagnetic. So what we need to understand is that our diet plays a huge role in raising our frequency. Our frequency is our spirit, our spiraling energy field. The stronger this field is, the more impact you have on reality when it comes to manifesting your reality and what you want. So it's important that we keep our body healthy, our cells healthy, because all of this contributes to what you're putting out and what sort of and how effective your energy is putting out into the quantum field around you. So your heart produces this field based off the emotion that you feel. So every emotion that you feel, your internal state, is what manifests this electromagnetic field. So when you stand next to someone, you can feel their vibe. You can get a sense of how this person is feeling. Well, because you're feeling the energy that their internal state is manifesting the external energy, which you're picking up. So when their mood changes, you can feel it in their energy, especially if your third eye is wide open. So what I'm trying to say is your emotions is what attracts things to you, because your heart produces this magnetic energy. So your heart is producing magnetic energy. Every emotion that you feel is creating magnetic energy, which is drawing people, things, situations to you. All of this contributes towards your life, because everything has a domino effect. If you happen to draw the right person to you because of your happy emotional state, that person can just change your life and turn the wheel on manifesting your reality. So, like I said before, when we feel higher emotional states and elevated states of emotion, this strengthens our electromagnetic field. So, when we feel happiness, contentment, joy, love, all of this expands our field from 5 meters to around 9 meters, 9 feet, sorry, 5 feet to 9 feet around your body. And the stronger this field is, the stronger your emotions are, and the more elevated they are, the stronger impact you have on matter. Why? Because you're vibrating more than matter. You're becoming more spirit than matter. So therefore, it is mind over matter. So if you experience these higher elevated emotions, you then have a greater impact on creating matter and influence on atoms around you and people around you. The higher you vibrate, the more people are going to stare at you, the more things that are going to happen better in your life, because the more energy that you're putting out positively. So this electromagnetic field is so important, so important. And your emotions and your thoughts play a crucial role. You control your thoughts. This will then control your emotion, and then your emotion will control your magnetic energy. And not to mention, when we meditate, we turn our mind inward. So therefore, all of the attention, because where attention goes, energy flows. So where attention goes, energy flows. So if you turn your mind inward and put your attention on yourself, all of that energy is being internalized, and you can then redirect that into manifesting your reality. You can use this energy to manifest your reality. Okay, so the world will mirror back what we feel in our heart. This is a great saying. Whatever you carry in your heart, you will experience, because emotion is energy in motion. The emotion you feel is the thought motion. So every thought you think produces energy in motion, which is emotion, which will then be put out into the quantum field. Well, which is everything's in your mind, because the words you say, the things you feel, mold your mind, and your mind mirrors the external world. So you need to be careful what you're thinking, feeling, and saying and hearing, because all of this has an effect on your external world, because it has an effect on shaping your mind. Okay. So controlling emotions, we need to get rid of the reactive emotions and use them intentionally. The more reactive you are, the more prone you are to lowering your frequency, which will have a great effect on manifesting your reality. We need to aim to reach them high states of emotion, to keep our cells, to keep our body high frequency. So I hope this lesson helped you. On the next one, we're going to be talking about maintaining this field. Lesson 2, planes of existence. These planes are all aspects of your mind. They are in you, they are outside of you, as above, so below. The Godhead is the sole purpose. This is how spiritual manifests into physical. This is the process that the universe goes through in creating the physical universe. So it starts with the Godhead, the sole purpose, then the mind, then the astral, then the etheric, then the physical. Everything is mental. Everything exists in the mind. These dimensions are not separate. They're all dimensions within your mind. They're different vibrational states, pretty much. So the mind is the realm of thoughts. This is where thoughts reside. There's no form to a thought. It's invisible. There's no physicality to it. It's the most lucid. The higher you go, the more lucid it is. The lower you go, the more solid it becomes. Okay? So the mental plane is the most lucidic. So the mental plane is the thought alone. The astral plane is the imagination of the thought. This is where the thought forms manifest into some sort of form. Not physical form, but some sort of form, lucid form. Like dreams. Then it goes to the etheric, then physical plane. The etheric plane is the blueprint. It's like a blueprint of the astral and the physical form. It's basically the realm of energy. This is where energy is and frequency. And then the physical plane is where physical manifestations happen. So essentially, this physical world is a product and the world of effect. Everything goes through this is a world of effect. You can't change this world by manipulating it physically. You can, but it's not going to last long. It's not long term. This is where we get the saying as above, so below from. You change the higher planes, you manipulate the lower planes. If you manipulate the astral plane, you manipulate the physical plane. This is a mirror effect. You manipulate the mental plane, you manipulate all of the planes. So these planes are how things manifest into physicality. Everything starts in the mind, then goes through the astral. Now, the higher, middle, and lower astral are the vibrational states of the thought, because remember that the mental plane is the thought alone. So, for example, I'm going to give you an example now. This is a chair. Think of a chair. Don't imagine the chair, just think of the thought of a chair. So you have the thought of a chair in your mind. Then now, imagine that thought. What form does it have? This is the astral plane. This is the imaginational plane. This is where you imagine things. So when you hold something in the screen of your mind, this is astral matter. You're creating out of astral matter. That's what imagination is. Depending on the vibration of that thought that you are manifesting in your imagination, depends whether it goes to the higher, middle, or lower astral. If it's a high vibrational form, high vibrational thought, you create the higher astral plane. This imagination will go into the higher astral. Or if you think of a chair to murder someone on it with spikes and kill someone on it, it will go to the lower astral plane because it's a lower vibrational thought form manifesting. So you got to use these planes to manifest things, to imagine things. You can manipulate the astral plane through astral projection. This is a very, very occult teaching of astral projection, and that's going to be taught later on in another course, because that's not for everyone. But you can still access the astral plane through imagination, and that is how you pretty much get there. You use your conscious mind to project yourself, your consciousness, your awareness into the astral plane. So if you manipulate these higher planes of existence, you manipulate these lower planes. As above, so below. You got to look up. But it all starts in the mind. Use your thoughts correctly. Use your thoughts. Use your imagination. Use your energy. And this will all combine to manifest something physical. Okay? So use these planes to manipulate this physical world, because whatever you do in these planes, you manipulate the lower planes. It's like a mirror. So that is the planes of existence. They all exist inside of you. They're outside of you. They're as above, so below, as within, so without. They are everywhere. They are inside of you. They're not separate. They're all aspects of your mind. Lesson 6. Maintaining the human electromagnetic field, the human energy field. This is an important one, people. You have to understand how this field works. Without this field, you can't pull things to you. You can't attract things. You know, the weaker your field, the more prone you are to diseases. The weaker the field, the less manifestation, the less power you have over matter. You have to have a strong field. Okay? This field is very important when it comes to manifesting and pulling things to you, attracting people. Because essentially, this field is a manifestation of your internal state. So your internal state manifests this external field through your, the things you do on a daily basis contribute to this field and how strong it is. So to keep it strong, you have to realize that it's constantly changing based on your environment, the people around you, electrical devices, thoughts, emotions, and the food within the body. Now, every single cell in your body has its own electromagnetic field, has its own magnetic energy. And this magnetic energy can be weakened or strengthened by the food that you are putting in your body. So therefore, when we eat food that is processed, that is not grown under the sun, made in some sort of lab or manufacturing, wherever, it has no magnetic energy to it. It's vibrating so low that when you consume it, it's going to pull your energy. It's going to lower your frequency, it's going to lower your mood. It's going to just destroy everything about you. You don't want it in your body. You have to eat raw food. As much as you need as much uncooked raw food as possible, because the cooked food is what kills the magnetic energy in it, kills nutrients as well. But it's based off magnetic energy. They never want to tell you this. They want you focused on nutrients, minerals, but they'll never tell you about the magnetic energy, the etheric energy, about the food. Yes, meat might have some, nutritious benefits to the body. Flesh might have that. However, the magnetic energy behind it is negatively charged. Because the magnetic energy never leaves the food. Never. Energy can't be killed, cannot be destroyed. Therefore, the slaughtered animal is running, fear, traumatized, and all this negative energy is stuck within the food, and it's going to lower your vibration and weaken your field. So don't just think about nutrition. Think about magnetic energy. You're an electromagnetic being. So you need to make sure you're eating food that is under the electric sun. When you stand under the sun, you feel that masculine, powerful electrical energy charging you in your body, in your cells. This is why you feel so much better when you're under the sun. It's because it charges you. It charges your body, your cells, your mind, your spirit, everything. It upgrades your DNA. The sun is amazing. You need the food that grows underneath the sun, because the sun crystallizes in the food. When you eat raw fruit that's grown under the sun, you're eating the sun. You're pretty much eating electrical currents. You're putting that into your body, and it's charging your body, charging the cells, because the cells produce electricity. Your body is made of water, which, contributes to moving electricity around your body. So your diet is very important when it comes to maintaining the strength of your electromagnetic field, because the weaker this field, the less impact you have on manifesting over matter. and pulling things to you, and magnetically pulling people and, surroundings to you. It's a magnetic field. It pulls things to you. The right people, the right places. So eat fruits and vegetables as much as possible. Grounding, putting your feet in the soil or in the earth. This will charge you. The earth is electromagnetic. This will strengthen the field, strengthen your body, strengthen your cells, put electricity in your body. Everything is just amazing when you ground, especially when you're stood under the sun as well. It's a double whammy. So grounding every day is important to keep the strength of your field up. So if you have a very weak field, you're just gonna, you're gonna attract negative people. You can sense it from a mile off. When you see a negative person, you don't even need to know them. You can just sense that they're very negative, very low vibration. You see it on their face. You feel it in their energy. It's a no-brainer. Energy doesn't lie, and this is because their field is so depleted because of the food, the thoughts, the emotions. They're so unattached from nature, and this is why it's so important to get back in touch with nature, back in touch with your body, and this will strengthen not only your field, but your mind and emotion will be better. So your diet plays a massive role. Grounding, very important. Proper thinking, being present. Your field is made out of your thoughts as well as your emotions. Being present is a very important one, because when you put your mental attention into the future or the past, you're giving energy to it. So when you are in the present, you retain energy. Okay, you don't give energy away by retaining energy, by being in the present. Proper thinking. This is a very important one. So thinking is energy, mental energy. Every thought is either, positively impacting you or negatively impacting you. So every negative thought that you think, you need to think 3 more positive ones to try and counteract and balance this out. And over periods of time, this will create you to, think positive. And you need positive thinking. You're just dragging yourself down. You're slowing the process of where you want to go in life just by negative thinking alone. You see, your external world it's not actually external. The world is within you. You're not in the world. The external world is within you. So therefore, your mind is like the controller of your external world, because you are a result of your thoughts. Where you are in your life now, where you are right now listening to this, is an effect and a direct manifestation of all the thoughts that you have thinked in the past. Think about that for a minute. You are where you are in life because of the thoughts that you have thinked. I bet you've never realized that. Every thought, every decision has contributed to where you are right now. Therefore, you change your thoughts, further down the line, you change your external world, you change your life. You change the way you think, you change the people around you. It's directly correlated. The mind is a reflection of your external world. So every thought has an emotion attached to it, and the emotion is energy in motion. We've gone over this, which contributes to your electromagnetic field. So your positive emotion is going to strengthen your electromagnetic field. And when this field is stronger, the more impact you have on matter, the more abilities you have to pulling people to you and places. Okay, so your heart knows everything. Your heart knows what is good and what is bad. When you go against the inner guide, the heart's voice, you're actually weakening your field. You're weakening your willpower, you're weakening your mind, you're weakening your electromagnetic field just by going against that inner guide. When you know you're doing something bad, you're not only, mentally going to suffer, you're going to suffer energetically and physically. Because what affects your electromagnetic field affects your body. So do not go against that inner guide. The people around you have a massive effect on your field. So when you interact with someone, there's a balancing out of the frequencies. Every frequency does this. It's called what's it called? Binaural beats. Every frequencies do this. When two frequencies meet, they harmonize and they balance. So if you're vibrating very high and you meet someone who's vibrating very low, when you meet, your vibrations will balance out. So yours will lower and his will rise to counteract, so to balance out. So that person is essentially taking your energy if they're vibrating lower than you. So it's important that you understand and be mindful of the people who are in your surroundings, because they're either taking your energy or giving energy to you and, contributing towards your life. It's so important that you change the people in your life. If you want to heal your body, stop talking to the people or don't chill with them as much if they just want to go out and eat Burger King every day. You see, it's not only physically are they gonna take that, they're gonna have, because their thoughts are in their electromagnetic field. So when you're around these people, you're gaining their thoughts, you're gaining their emotions, and this is why you feel so influenced. The word flu in influence, because influence is energy, is like a flu. It's sticky. The people around are giving you energy, giving you thoughts, giving you emotions. So it's so important you keep clean-hearted people around you and people who contribute towards your life. If not, cut them out. If they're not contributing towards something in your life and you're not contributing something towards theirs, cut them out. Is it going to help you? No, then remove it. It's so important that you stick to this. So the people around you have an effect on your field. And like we say, the lower the field, the less impact you have on reality. The higher frequency you are, the more wave you are than matter. So I hope you learned a lot from this video. Lesson 13, mirror magic. This is all to do with mirrors and how you should treat mirrors in yourself. See, mirrors not only just reflect your vision and yourself, they reflect what you say, what you speak, and what you feel. They reflect energy. Okay? So it's important that you are saying the correct things and feeling the correct things in front of mirrors, because mirrors reflect back to you everything you say into them. They are a great tool you can use to reprogram your subconscious mind. Now, the good thing with this, you can do this when you brush your teeth. You can do this every time you see yourself in a mirror. You see, what you say into a mirror is also being reflected back to you, which is then reflected back to the mirror and done infinite amount of times. It infinitely reflects what you think and say and feel. So if you say a negative thing into a mirror, or you say, I am ugly, this is just going to constantly reflect back between you and the mirror and quickly and rapidly reprogram your subconscious mind. So it's important that you say the correct things in front of mirrors. Okay? Mirrors are a very powerful tool to change your mind and to manifest things. So if you get yourself hyped up, you think and feel and you say the things, your affirmations into the mirror, this is a very powerful way to become that frequency. Okay, it's all about giving high energy. Work yourself up, give energy to these affirmations that you say, and never entertain any negative thought, any negative emotion into mirrors, because mirrors are what are reflecting back to you. Okay, this is a very, very important lesson, because a lot of people are used to, doubting themselves in the mirrors and stuff like that. So you got to make sure that you say very positive into mirrors and say, think and feel very positive things. And this will reflect back to you in energetic wise, and you're reprogramming your subconscious. Lesson 4, programming the subconscious mind. This is so important, people. You have to reprogram the programs that are in your mind. Everything is true in the subconscious mind. This is why the ancients had the golden rule: treat others like you want to be treated. Because if I go, like I said in the other video, if I go and call you an idiot, I'm calling my subconscious mind an idiot, which will then telling my subconscious that is what I want. So remember, it is impressed by emotion and repetition. These are the two main ways the subconscious mind is reprogrammed. Repetition. You tie your shoelaces every single day. You know how to do it. You know how to change gear in your car. This is repetition. You have created a program through this repetition. And emotion, the traumatic event that you had when you were young, you can remember that program, you can remember that day like it was today, very, very, very vividly, because of the strong emotion that you felt together. Well, you felt at that point, which then created a mental program which manifests into your daily basis behavior, thought patterns, and actions. Old habits are programs. This is why you're trying to create your new life, you're trying to break your old habits. The reason why you're not breaking your old habits is because that habit is a program itself. That it has to manifest. It's so hard not for it to manifest. Because it's part of the mind's automatic system. The mind has an automatic system which is running your body on autopilot. The subconscious is running your body's organs. It's telling your heart to beat on autopilot. That habit you have is an autopilot program. Therefore, you have to change this programming by accessing the subconscious mind and rewriting these programs through, like I said, repetition and emotion. Repetition and emotion, combining these two methods, will reprogram your subconscious mind. And when is the subconscious mind most accessible? 1 hour when we wake up and just before we go to sleep. Your brain is producing theta waves. It doesn't have to be then when these two are, it doesn't have to be when you wake up or when you go to sleep. You can also create theta waves when you access deep meditation. Deep meditation. So you have to do these every single day as much as you can. Doesn't have to be when you wake up, doesn't have to be before you go to sleep. Whenever you get time or whenever your conscious mind floats over the idea of doing it, do it. Repeat affirmations constantly as much as you can. And I mean every second of the day if you have to. Whenever you get the time, mentally say it, physically say it. Get these affirmations done as much as possible to reprogram that subconscious. It has to be in present tense. The subconscious does not know the future, does not know the past. It only knows now. It only knows you, doesn't know anyone else, and it only knows now. You and now is the only thing the subconscious mind knows. And everything is true in the subconscious. Therefore, thinking, feeling, and saying I am affirmations. It has to be in the present tense. You have to claim as if you are what you are saying. If you want financial freedom, say money is coming in constantly on a daily cycle or whatever, or I am financially free. Money is coming in. I am happy. I am healed. I am healthy. Whatever you are trying to manifest, believe it is true. Say it is true and feel it is true on a daily basis as much as possible. Most effectively in the mornings and at nighttime and in deep meditation. Every single morning, as soon as you wake up, it's the first thing that should be on your mind is reprogramming the subconscious mind. Is feeling the emotion of that life you want, feeling the emotional state of your desire, rich, free, or happy, affirming your desire, listening to repeated affirmations. Download an app on your phone, whatever, voice recorder, whatever it is, download an app. Record yourself saying, I am affirmations, I am healthy, I am rich, money flows into my life, abundantly. And listen to this, every single morning for half an hour, 10 minutes, whatever. Do it every single morning as much as you can. And while you're listening to them, mentally say them. And while you're listening to them. Feel as if they are true constantly, as much as possible. You have to do this to reprogram the mind. And don't keep changing the affirmations. Listen to the same ones over and over and over and over again. And I'm telling you, you will know the affirmations off by heart. And it'll be that deeply rooted in your subconscious. You will literally think about it constantly. Once it's in the subconscious, once you have this deep new program of you feeling wealthy or feeling healthy or wealthy or healed, it has to manifest. Because what happens? The programs are manifesting 90% of your daily basis behavior. So if you create a program where you already feel like money is rolling in more than ever, or you are healed, that will manifest into 90% of your thought patterns, 90% of your actions, and 90% of your daily basis behavior. And it will be subconsciously. You won't even know you are acting upon this program because it's in the automatic system of your mind. This is how powerful this is. So if you create a program on, let's say you want to be financially free, and you've created a program, a memory, a paradigm, because you've been saying these affirmations and you've been thinking and feeling about this desired reality, guess what? You will be taking action according to that program. You will think the thoughts. You will do the things that person does of that reality. And you won't even know. This is how powerful it is. You have to do this. Mirrors are very, 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 very powerful. You have to stay aware of what you're thinking, feeling into a mirror, because it's a direct reflection. Be very careful what you're saying to mirrors, and never ever say anything negative into a mirror. Okay? Meditation. Find a comfortable position. Close your eyes. Breathe deeply in through the nose until your lungs are full. Then exhale slowly out through the mouth. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Bring all of your attention to the present moment and lose track of thoughts, environment, stress, if you're trying to fall asleep. As if you're trying to fall asleep. So, if a thought, because this will happen, thoughts will appear, then you just have to remove it. Thoughts will keep trying to appear into your conscious mind when you're trying to meditate. Bring your awareness to the present moment, and if a thought comes, remove it. And this will keep happening. Thoughts or little words or little voice will come, just remove it. Keep removing it. And once you repeat this process, you'll gain a meditative state, a sleepish state. Your body become relaxed. The body will start to sleep, but your mind will be aware. Your conscious mind will be aware. Now bring all of your attention to the emotion you would feel as if you've got what you wanted. Feel that reality that you have, that you wanted. Feel the financial free, the freeness. Feel it. Feel as if you've already got it. Feel as if there is millions in the bank. Feel as if you are healed. Feel as if you are running around happy, or whatever emotion it is of that desired reality that you want. Use your will to hold this emotional state. Like I said, the will is so important. You have to work on your will and imagination. They are very important. Use your will to hold this emotional state. Now you have to bring in your imagination, which is another higher faculty you need to work on. Imagine yourself being the person you want to become. What would you be wearing? Where are you? What would you look like? What would you smell like? Imagine, if you want to become financially free, imagine you are on a beach. Imagine you had the financial freedom. You had the freedom of traveling around the world. What would that feel like? Imagine the place you'd be. Imagine what you'd be wearing. Feel the emotion, your emotional state, and imagine it. Hold this thought and emotion for as long as you can and experience the life you want. And I'm telling you, you do this over and over and over, combining this with the affirmations on a daily basis. I promise you, you will reprogram the subconscious mind that deeply. Your life will change. Not only your life, it will start to steep into your emotions. It will creep on your actions. Sorry, not your emotions. This program will creep onto your actions, and you won't even know you're acting according to this program that you've created. And before you know it, you're working this hard towards this life. It will show up in your life. But like I said, cause and effect. You have to take action on this program. You have to take action on these thoughts towards your goals. You can't sit around meditating and affirmating every day. But I promise something will happen to trigger this program. You will make the right decision. You will go the right place at the right time and meet someone, or you will have a conversation with someone and something will pop up in your mind and you can just, that is it. Your life will change. This is so important. Affirmations and meditation on a daily basis will reprogram your subconscious mind. You can heal, you can manifest, you can attract, you can do whatever you want. You can get rid of depression like this, anything you want. Tell your subconscious mind you already have it. The stronger the emotion you feel, the more impact it's going to have in your subconscious. You have to do this, people. This is a very, very, very important part of manifesting, is the subconscious mind. Thank you all. Lesson 12, sigil magic. So what are sigils? Sigil is a symbol, same thing. And it represents something corresponding with your mind. So, for example, without you even seeing the letters, this object, well, this shape corresponds with something within your mind that associates with that shape that you see. So the symbol for Nike, everyone knows it's Nike, even without it saying Nike. It's because this symbol has been associated with something that our minds recognize. So symbols speak to our mind and subconscious mind. Okay, and within us and around us are the other planes: astral, mental, and etheric, and physical. So this symbol, right, the Nike symbol, carries energy. Why does it carry energy? It's because all of the collective minds that have seen this symbol have a collective thought and associations within their minds that associate beliefs with this symbol. So another way to see this is this symbol is speaking to you energetically and metaphorically to your right hemisphere and your mind. So the collective mind, this is very hard for me to express and teach this because we're talking about something metaphysical within the mind. There's not many words, it's hard to describe. So a symbol carries mental energy. Mental belief, mental awareness is energy. So all of the collective minds have a belief about this symbol. They know what this symbol represents in their minds, and this carries energy. So if you go and wear this symbol, you are associating yourself with the energy. You are carrying that energy. Okay? So that's how symbols are very powerful. They carry energy because When someone sees you with that symbol on, they associate you with their mental belief system on that symbol. So you can create symbols yourself. What you have to do is create a sigil, something simple, easy to remember. Okay? You got to make sure it's very easy to remember, because you're going to have to imagine this symbol as well. Create a sigil, like a triangle with whatever in, and give it a mental belief. So every time you see this symbol, or it could even be a letter, you could even use something so simple. Whenever you see this, it's going to remind you of that belief that you have with that symbol. And what you need to do is create it on a piece of paper or a bay leaf, draw it and give it mental attention. Hover your hand over it and give it a charge. Imagine this symbol glowing and give it the belief, give it the intent. It's all about your intention with the symbol. Okay? And you want to keep this symbol on you at all times. And when you do meditations, when you enter deep states of meditations or manifesting meditations, you can, instead of thinking about the reality you want, you could think about the symbol. This is a very good way to visualize. If you're not very good at visualizing a full reality of yourself in a world somewhere else with whatever you want or whatever you want to manifest, if you can't imagine in detail, this is a good practice. Imagining a symbol and holding your mental energy, your mental awareness and attention on that symbol. And you are associating mental energy with that symbol. And it will become bigger and stronger and stronger. And it will impress your subconscious mind. You want to give this symbol emotional energy as well. And then what you could also do with this symbol, or words, you can even use words. I am, I achieved, I have, underneath water, because water holds memory. Because when you speak to plants, which take in water, if you say love to one plant and hate to the other, the love plant will grow bigger and the hate plant will die off. It's because it's all to do with frequency. So if you write good words on a piece of paper or a sigil and put it under the water glass, it will impress them energy frequency codes into the water, and then you drink the water. And this is all helping and contributing towards getting you towards that frequency of what you want. Giving that energy. It's all about filling your mind with that what you want to manifest. You have to find a way to fill your mind as much as possible with what you have, what you want to have. It's about tricking the mind, about something you already have. So you can do this with the sigils. You can do this with, prayer, meditation, all of these different things. You want to employ them into your life. Every time you drink water, you want to impress them, speak into the water. Make the water vibrate on the frequency that you want and then drink it. Okay, this is very important. You have to find every single way to get yourself to that frequency by filling your mind with what you already have, what you want to manifest, by believing in your mind you already have it, and filling your spirit with that energy. By giving your electromagnetic field that frequency, you becoming that frequency. It's all about maintaining that frequency and that mindset, and it will reflect into your external world. So you want to find all these different ways and do them as much as possible. So to go over that again, create a sigil, just draw it, give it mental attention, mental energy. You can visualize it in meditation, or you can put it under water. Keep it on you at all times, and whenever you see that symbol, think about what you have, what you want, and this will all contribute towards manifesting. Hello, welcome to lesson number 1 of Manifestation Mastery 2.0. So the first lesson we're going to be getting into is the 7 universal laws. You need to obey these laws and operate your life within these laws so that you can maximize your manifestation. Now, what you need to realize is that you are manifesting at all times. You are manifesting now with what you are thinking, what you are doing. Everything is manifestation. But when you choose to do this consciously, you can get anything you want in your life. Think of it like this. When you're playing a video game, GTA for example, you level up your character. You are not the body, you're not the person in the game, you are the intelligence behind that body. You are this invisible intelligence which is a creating force. It manifests everything. You are a microcosm of God, a creator. You're a manifester. You can take non-physical thoughts and produce that into a physical world, material world. So this is the mindset you need to adapt. So the first universal law is the law of mentalism. Okay, mentalism, everything is mind. There is one substance in the universe, and that substance is mind. Me, you, are mind. We are the same substance. Yes, we are in a different physical form, a different physical body. However, the mind, the substance that makes your intelligence, is the exact same. The mind is the universe. Everything is the universe. Matter and mind are one. So, the mind is cause. You are not the mind, though. This is what you need to understand. You are the soul, which is the observer of the mind. You are the one listening to the mind. You are the one behind the mind. However, without the mind, nothing can exist. There's no understanding. There's no intelligence. The soul is the consciousness, the observer, the awakeness, the conscious. The mind is the intelligence of your consciousness, your awareness. So mind is cause. Mind is the one substance. Good and bad are the same thing. Now let me break this down. Good and bad are two opposing things, right? But it's the same. They're two degrees of the same substance. Now, what do I mean? Hot and cold are different degrees of the same substance, and that substance is mind, perception. Your perception is what is giving it a degree. Is it good or bad? But it's one. Everything is one. Everything is all mind. Mind is the only substance in the universe. Okay, how to apply this principle? Discipline the mind. As we believe in our mind, so it be. We need to control our thoughts. We need to be mentally prepared, and mentally engaged, but not letting our emotions take over, because we are emotional as well as mental. The mind is the root cause of everything. Before you kick a football, a decision is made within your mind. Before you do anything, it's all in the mind first. The phone you have, the car that you have, is all designed. The buildings around you was all an image. It was all an imagination. It was a seed in someone's mind before they manifested it physically. So you need to use your mind properly by disciplining the mind. Disciplining the mind is the most powerful thing you can do in your life. Controlling your thoughts. Control where your attention goes, your mental attention. Where attention goes, energy flows. If you're controlling your life, controlling your mind, you're controlling your life, your physical life. Okay? So be aware of where you are. Be aware of your mental state and emotional state, and change it. You can change your mind. You are choosing to feel depressed. You are choosing to feel happy. You are choosing to entertain these thoughts within your mind. So the higher faculties of your mind. Imagination. Work on your imagination. If you can't, if there's no screen in your mind, then you have no imagination. Every single one of you should have a clear screen in your mind where you can pull anything you want into that screen. If I say think of an apple, there should be there should be an apple in your mind somewhere. This is imagination. You see, the mind operates on the highest planes of existence. The mind is not a physical thing. It's the thing controlling this physical form and manipulating this physical external world. Mind is the controlling substance. So imagination, work on your imagination, people. This will do this will have a great impact on your manifestation when we get into the exercises. You need imagination. You need it. You can't live without imagination. You can't manifest properly without it. So you can use your imagination, practice it every day, visualize things in your mind. Will. The will allows you to hold one idea on the screen of your mind. So this is where willpower comes in. How long can you hold this imaginational thought? How long can you hold this image on the screen in your mind? Will is a massive, massive tool, not just manifesting, not just doing all of this, in all aspects of life. You see, what I'm teaching is a lifestyle. This is not just, you can do this overnight. This is a lifestyle. You need to be doing this stuff every day, mentally progressing. When you mentally progress, you spiritually and physically progress. So you change your mind, you change your external world. So work on your willpower. Cut the dead food. Cut out all of the negativity and stick and have a strong willpower. And stick to your word. That is your will. Stick to your willpower. And like I say, practice imagination and do it for long periods of time. This will also help your willpower. Intuition. Intuition is the small voice inside your head that speaks your truth. It also gives you the ability to pick up on other people's thoughts and to read their energy. Intuition. The first thing when you walk into a room, you get an intuitive vibe. The vibe is a vibration of the atmosphere. Use your intuition to guide you in your life. Use your intuition to follow that path, because that intuition is taking you to the path that you're supposed to be on. Okay, so use your intuition. Memory. There's no such thing as a bad memory. There are only weak and strong memories, like a muscle. You can develop your memory by phenomenal degree through exercise. Exercise your memory. Recall things. At the end of the day, go throughout your day backwards. So when you got into bed, go through everything you did in your day backwards. Remember what you did the whole day backwards. And this will create new neural pathways in your brain, and it will exercise memory. You need to work on all of these. Reason. Reason is another one. Reason is what we use to think, to analyze, compare, and evaluate ideas. Reason is the ability to think, choose what information we accept, stir up, and use to come up with a brand new idea. What is the reason? What's the true reason behind what you want to manifest into your life? Is it coming from a place of negativity? Is it coming from a place of positivity? Is it coming from a good or evil place? You need to seek deep inside of you and truly ask why you want this in your life. Is it coming from something? Is it coming from a childhood trauma? Is it coming from a self insecurity? Reason is a big one. You should only be manifesting things that are positive, that will have a positive impact on yourself and the people around you, and the consciousness and the collective consciousness, and to the earth. It should not be a selfish thing. Reason is a good one, because it's important. It's important because if you go and manifest something that came from negativity, it will only amplify that negative reason inside of you. Let's say you wanted to do something like you wanted to get rich, but it came from a negative place. Okay, it came from a negative place. The reason why you want it was very negative. You wanted to just flex on people and stuff like that, right? That will amplify when you become successful. It will amplify that reason, and you will become pretty much an idiot. So make sure the reason's right. Perception. Your perception is your point of view. It controls what you become aware of in your environment and how you choose to see it. Your perception is your reality. You have to be aware that there are people's perceptions are all going to be different. You shouldn't let that affect your internal world. You need to come from a positive perception and a balanced perception. Everything is neutral. Everything is balance. You choose. Your mind chooses whether it's positive or negative. So your perception of things is what you need to change. You need to come from a balanced point. Don't let the external world affect your internal world. Your perception should be neutral. Shouldn't be good or bad. It should be neutral at all times, and try and neutralize and balance your perception on things. Your mind is the decider of your perception, a good or bad perception. The next universal law is the law of correspondence. As above, so below, as within, so without. The outer world is a reflection of your inner world. This is so important, people. This is so important. You cannot go through life without knowing this deeply and understanding this. The friends you have, the car you have, the phone you have, all of the things you possess is a direct manifestation of all of the collective thoughts you've thought in the past. Where you are in life is a direct reflection of the thoughts you have thought in the past. You are here right now because of the thoughts that you thought in the past. The car you have, everything you have is a reflection of what you thought and what you've acted on. You have acted on them thoughts, and you are here right now because of that. What is inside of you manifests outside of you. Not just on a macro scale, on a micro scale. So like I always talk about how the body is the image of the stars, and we are God made flesh. Everything is us. What is outside of the world is inside of us. We are a microcosm of the macrocosm. But I'm coming from a mental state here. Remember, the first law is mentalism. So you got to keep that in mind in every single one of these laws. The first one is mentalism. What happens in the mind happens outside of you in some way or another. Okay? The thoughts you think become your emotions that you feel. What happens in heaven happens in earth. What happens in the head, the thoughts, happens in the heart, which is earth. Heaven and earth. Whatever you think becomes an emotion, and that emotion influences your behavior, which will influence your action in the physical world. So therefore, if you think and feel that you are happy and rich, that will manifest into your external world. That will manifest into your behavior. That will manifest into your vibration and attract people in that similar vibration. You see? So we are physical. The physical effect of the spiritual. Hold on, two seconds. Sorry, people. So yes, you need to understand this, people. You have to understand this. Connect with the inner self. Connect with the divine consciousness inside. Okay? Use your mind to think and feel properly, and this will manifest into your external world. The friends you have are a manifestation of your internal world. Until you change your internal state, you will outgrow the people around you. And this is what happens. Law of vibration. Everything is vibrating. The speed of vibration depends whether on something appears solid, liquid, or gas. Every thought you think is a vibration. You don't think thoughts. You do not think thoughts. You receive thoughts based on the frequency that you are tapped into, based on the vibration that you are on. Now, what do I mean? This is why we call it a mindset. You set your mind to frequencies. So when you set mental attention on a thought that you've received, you are tapping into that vibration, and you will receive thoughts based upon that vibration. So that you set your mind to a frequency, you receive information and thoughts based upon that frequency, that vibration. So when you think, feel, and speak higher vibrational things, this manifests into your external world, because remember the law before, what happens inside happens outside of you. If you think, feel, and speak higher vibrational things, this will attract people on the same vibration. Okay? You do this positive thinking, positive affirmations, and remembering mind over matter. Mind manipulates matter. God is mind. Everything is mind. The universe is mind. You change your vibration, you change the people around you. They will sense this. Your friends will sense this. The people, when you start elevating your vibration and thinking positively and no longer entertain the negativity, your friends will sense this, and they will say that you've changed. But what you need to realize is what people say to you is a reflection of their internal state. So if someone's being negative to you, you've got to see that is a reflection of their negative internal state that they think about themselves. What you say negative to someone else is something deep down that you see within yourself. As within, so without. As above, so below. The law of polarity. Everything has two poles, good and evil, love and hate, attraction, disconnection. All the opposing forces are actually the same substance, which is mind, in various degrees. Therefore, everything is one, which is mind. For example, water can be ice, solid, or fluid based off the degree of heat. It's the same substance, but the various degrees of the same thing. The universe is balanced. You need to be balanced between good and evil. Look at your body. You have a left arm and a right arm. Your head is in the center of it. You should become balanced. You should become balanced. Your mindset should be balanced. Your emotions should be balanced. Your diet should be balanced. Your work life. Everything should be balanced. You must first correct your underlying limiting beliefs. If you are unhappy in your job, you focus all of your energy on finding a new job. So think of it this way. There's polarity to everything. You hate where you are in life right now, more than likely. That's why you brought this course. You want to manifest something in your life. Not everyone, but some of you hate your life. Okay? That hatred, you shouldn't hate, because that's going to hurt your body and your cells. But anyways, you can use that energy, the other end of that stick. That energy is draining you. Your hating mental state is draining your energy because you're letting it kill you. You can use that polarity, that other side of the energy, instead of killing yourself with it and getting yourself down, use that energy to finding something new. There's always two ends to the stick. I hate my job. You can either cry about it or use that energy to go and do something else and figure out what you can do. And that's the law of polarity. Use the other side. Use the polarity. Don't let it suck you in. Use it for purpose, for reason. The law of rhythm. Everything flows. Everything is out and in. Remember, the universe is made out of torus fields. This is a torus field. Comes out, back in, out and back in. This is a daily cycle. This is a yearly cycle. This is the cycle of the zodiac. It's the cycle of your life. You're out in the world, then you die from this world. You're out in this world, then you die from this world. Everything's a cycle. Everything's a rhythm. Everything has tides. All things rise and fall. Use the day and night cycle. Use the cycle. Create a cycle in your life. Don't let your life be chaotic. Don't be a feather in the wind. Create a purposeful cycle so that it works, so that you are progressing 1% every day towards this goal. Okay? Try not to get attached to outcomes, but work towards a mental state of neutrality or indifference. The key is non-attachment, positive thinking patterns. I need to get this out of the way. You hate your life. Okay? You hate your life. Hold on, my microphone's just changed. Okay, it doesn't matter. What you're experiencing now in life is a mental state. Think about this for a second. Everything is mind. You think, right, the job that you're in now, for example, you hate your job. You work at somewhere bad, you know, you're working in a gas station, or, you know, you hate it. You are suffering the mental state that you're in, not the actual job. You don't like the mental state that you're in. It's not the physical job. You're suffering the mind's reaction of what you're doing. Therefore, you desire a life where you do not feel this way. So what's that mean? What you really want is a altered mind state where you are not suffering mentally and emotionally. Therefore, use your mind. What you really, really want, deep down, is a mindset. You want a life where you're not suffering this mindset. So therefore, if you change this mind of yours, you change the emotional state. So when you do your bad job, or when you're there, change the mindset. Change it as if you love and you experience blissfulness and you experience amazingness. And this will manifest into your life. When you go home, think and feel the reality that you want. Think and feel the reality that you want. Create a cycle. I've gone a bit off guard there. But what you really want is a mindset. This is what you need to understand. Everything is mind. Okay? If you had the mindset properly, you'd actually stay in that job. But it's the mindset that you hate, that you're suffering from. Cause and effect. Every cause has an effect. The physical world is the effect world. What you see and experience is an effect of mind. The root cause is the mind. The building you're in, the microphone I'm speaking into, is the effect of someone's mind. Therefore, use this properly. When you push a domino, it will push all more. Every little choice you make has a massive impact on the rest of your life. Every decision you decide has the biggest impact ever. It has a domino effect on your whole life and the people around you. So if you see someone, so let's say you want to get financially free, you see someone, you make a little comment, nice car, nice shoes. That could spark a conversation where you speak to him and he changes your life. Speak to people. Go to the gym. You know, conversate with people. If you want to become the best, you want to own a restaurant, go and work at a restaurant and learn how it works. Use the law of cause and effect. Speak to people. This is the most important thing. speak to people, and use the law of effect. Do the action. You can't just sit around visualizing all day, or else nothing will happen. You have to use the law of cause and effect. Every cause creates the effect. Take action on your thoughts, on these thoughts that are based on reaching your goal. The law of gender. Everything is masculine and feminine. How to apply? We can use the law of gender by balancing the spiritual higher self and the physical lower self or ego. It is important to not let the ego get out of control, because when the ego becomes out of control, you're coming from a place of physicality. You're seeking physical pleasure. You need to come from a place of internal. You need to come from the internal. Don't let this external world run your life. Let the spiritual, the positive, run your life. The place of calculated thoughts and calculated action. The internal dialogue. Don't let your taste buds run your diet. Let the internal calculated mind run the diet, because the calculated mind knows you should be eating healthy things that feed the mind, body, and soul. But the taste buds just want sugar and bad food. So balance the spiritual and the physical self. Meditation. This is that lesson. Hope you enjoyed the next lesson. Well, hope you enjoyed this lesson. Let's go to the next. Emotions are something that a lot of people have a misconception of. So we're going to discuss and break down what truly the emotions actually are. They are more than just chemicals within your physical body. They are more than just hormones. Emotions are energy. They have a physical manifestation, which is a chemical reaction in the brain, and they are an etheric astral energy. Okay? Emotions are a creative force given to you. They are what makes you become something before you have it. They carry magnetic attraction. So with this understanding, your emotions are no longer a reactive thing. They never will tell you your true things as an emotion, what an emotion is. I remember being in infant school, or whatever you want to call it. They were teaching you what the emotions are. And they told you they are just things they're just reactions. By living in a very reactive mindset and an emotional reactive person, this causes chaos in your life. Emotions are very chaotic if you do not know how to control them and what they truly are. You see, we've all been brainwashed into thinking we are just physical beings. We are just these apes, the apes that evoluted over time into human beings. This is completely wrong. We are in an intelligent design. You're in an intelligent body. You're an intelligent consciousness, and you have an intelligence within you called emotions, which you can use to attract things to you and to become things before you physically have it. So they are a creative force. That consciousness you have inside of you is a creative consciousness. It's an ever expanding consciousness, which is God. The whole point of you being in this physical world and having consciousness is creating. You cannot not create. It is impossible for you not to create something. Your whole life you have been creating. Before you kick the football, it's a decision made within the mind. You then created this action. You are a manifester. Okay? So your emotions should be used. They should be controlled as a tool to create things in your life, to become the reality before you physically have it. Fear. Fear is an illusion and it is a bondage. It keeps your mind stuck to three-dimensional awareness. If you try and astral project, you will not astral project if you are fearing. Why? Because fear and negative emotions, all of the negative emotions, only exist in a world of time, and that is this physical plane. You cannot transcend this plane. Your mind cannot function on these higher planes with these lower three-dimensional emotions in your mind. Fear is a bondage to the physical body, and it enshrouds your soul. It enshrouds your body. It locks you. Okay. This is why the news, this is why the food is all laced with chemicals, and the news is constantly pushing fear, because they have to keep you in a fear state to keep your central nervous system in fight or flight mode. And they have to keep your mind in three-dimensional awareness, because once you realize that you are not this physical body, you are something that transcends this physical world, you will wake up and you will no longer abide by this system that we live in. Okay? So fear is the biggest tool that they are using to oppress you. Fear is the biggest bondage. Okay? It keeps you locked in a box, physically, mentally, and emotionally. So emotional effects on the body. Emotions have great impact on the body, the immune system, the brain, and every single cell and the water structure in your body. Hatred and negative emotions impacts the nervous system, immune system, and endocrine system negatively. Extreme emotions trigger the release of stress hormones in the brain. So what's that tell you? The emotion is there before something is triggered in the brain. You feel the emotion because emotion is energy. And then the release of hormones are triggered within the brain. So like I said, everything begins spiritually. Everything begins in these higher planes. Everything begins in the mental, astral, etheric, and physical before it manifests physical. Over time, these stress hormones lead to increased inflammation throughout the body, resulting in significant health consequences. You could eat the most amazing diet in the world. You could eat the most pure organic sea moss, the most pure organic apples and watermelons every day. But if you have a negative mind space and a negative emotional state, you will create negativity in your life, and you will create a disease in your body. This is how powerful your emotions are. Why? Like I just said, everything begins in the higher planes before it manifests physically. Okay? And when you keep feeling these emotions over and over again, you are impacting your subconscious mind, which will constantly create repetition in your life. So emotions are very, very, very powerful, and they impact your body. Stress can cause you to lose your hair. It destroys your body. Like I said, everything that begins in this mental plane and these higher planes happens below. As above, so below. This is why Jesus turns water into wine. Water. What is water? Well, water is feminine, which represents the emotional side of a human consciousness, of all consciousness. It represents the emotional side of you, the emotional aspect of you, the water, which is also the moon. That's why we call it a mood and the moon, because the moon is feminine, represents emotion. Okay? So water and earth is emotion. So when it talks about water into wine, we're talking about emotional alchemy, which stems from the mastering of self. All religions stem from the master of self, the mastery of the self. That is where all religions stem from. All religions stem from the mastery of the mind, the emotions, the thoughts, and the body, and the stars, the study of the stars. Every religious text has something to do with the stars because they are very important. But today we're going to focus on emotion. What's the wine? The water into wine. The water is the emotion. The wine is the transmuted emotion. It's emotional alchemy. It's alchemy, this is, people. It's what the Bible is talking about. It's talking about them negative them negative, lower carnal mind emotions being transmuted into positive ones that bring benefits to your life, that attract better things to you, and controlling the emotions. Because when the emotions are not controlled, you attract negative people, you put out negative vibrations, you attract that back, you are destroying your body. That's why the Bible says the light of the body is the eye. If thy eye be evil, thy whole body will be filled with darkness. That's what it says in the Bible. It also says if the eye be single, thy whole body should be full of light. But then after that, it says, if thy eye be evil, thy whole body will be full of darkness. Why? If your mind, your emotional state, your spiritual state is negative, your whole body, your whole life will be filled with darkness. You will be chained by your emotions. You will constantly live out of this animal state, this emotional state. Every time you feel sad, you will, fall into this trap of the emotions. So it's so important that we master the self, master the emotions. And we do that by changing the mindset that you have on life. Okay? What you must understand is that your mind is the director of energy. It has the power to create. It has the power to focus energy. Attention is energy. Where attention goes, energy flows. If you are placing attention on negative things, let's say you break your leg. Okay, this is a bad situation. Don't get me wrong. It's not nice that you broke your leg. However, there is a positive side to that. What's the positive? Well, now what's a good positive? You can now sit down, you could read the books that you've always wanted to read. You now have time to do something else productive because you can no longer walk. There's always a positive to the situation. And when you're using your mind to direct the energy into the negative route, the negative dual side, you are constantly digging yourself a hole, creating more and more negativity in your life. The law of cause and effect. So we must transmute this negative aspect, the water, the emotion, into wine, into a positive emotion to attract better things to us. Why? Because you attract what you are, not what you want. Emotions is energy in motion. Your emotions create a massive impact on this electromagnetic aura you have surrounding around your body. I have many videos on this, so go and check them out if you don't know what this is. So the emotions create energy. It puts energy in motion, energy in motion, which is spiraling around your electromagnetic field. And this field is what determines what is attracted to you and what is not, and what people, what animals, everything. Okay? This field, before you have an illness, the illness shows up in your field energetically, because as above, so below. What happens in the field happens in your body, happens in your life. The positive emotions that you feel creates a more stronger and bigger field, extending up to 9 feet in circumference. So when your field is in a positive, high vibratory rate, this is when your field has more impact on matter. Why? Because what's matter made out of? These fields. These fields create the physical world. It's the real atom. You yourself are a giant atom, and you can control your atom to create the world around you through your emotions. So if someone's crying and you go and walk next to them and go talk to them, that negative emotion is going to rub straight off onto you, because emotion is energy in motion. It's casted throughout your electromagnetic field. Your inner world manifests your outer world through the heart. The emotions are felt in the heart, casting out into energy vibrations through this field. Demons is just another allegory, another myth about emotions, another metaphor about emotions. D meaning negative, mon meaning moon. The negative moon, negative mood, negative emotions. Moon is feminine, it represents emotions. Demons are something that possess you. What possesses your mind? Emotions possess you. It's a metaphor. Don't get me wrong, spirits do exist, but a lot of the allegories about demons is all about the emotions and how they possess you. They possess your mind. They take over your mind space. They take over your body, how you feel, how you think. So this is why emotions are very, very, very powerful, and we need to use them and control them, utilize them to create it in our life. Instead of them being reactive, we can use them to pull things to us. Instead of, you know, the emotions that we should be feeling mainly is love and abundance and joy and all of the positive ones, all of the positive emotions that transcend the physical world. Because fear, hate only exists in this physical plane. The higher planes of consciousness, these emotions don't exist. That's what sin means. Sin means emotion. Sin. That's what a sin is. It's a negative emotion. It's an emotion that exists in time. That's what a sin is. So you must control these emotions. You must, and how do we do that? We do that through meditation. And like I say, meditation is a massive, massive part of. I don't like using the word meditation because people get thrown off. Just turn off your mind. Sit in silence. Be at one with yourself. Sit in silence in the dark. Turn off all the lights and sit in the dark with yourself. And just let the emotions and let the thoughts pass by like the clouds. And when you let them go, they will sooner rather than later, they will go. And you will just be just left with the consciousness, that pure awareness. The reason why they told you to be scared of the dark when you're a child and programs that into you through the movies and Hollywood is because they don't want you sitting in the dark. When you sit in the dark, there is a light shining within you, that pure consciousness. You no longer can see your body. You no longer can hear the thoughts and the emotions. What is left when all of this is stripped? When the body is stripped off, when the emotions and the mind is stripped off, you are left with pure consciousness. And that is what they don't want you to figure out. Because when you connect with that, you can transcend this physical world. You can do all sorts of have mystical experiences. So yes, emotions can be used to attract things to you. When you think, you are visualizing, and when you feel, you are becoming. So you can think and feel on a daily basis of this reality that you want, which I teach in my Manifestation Mastery course 2.0. You have access to this in the university, so make sure to check that out. I'll tell you how to use your emotions, thinking and feeling, visualizing, becoming that reality before you have it. This will train your mind, because why? Your brain does not know the difference between an imagination and a real reality. Your brain does not know the difference between an imagination and a real reality. So if you become that reality in your mind with your thoughts and emotions, you are creating, you are becoming, you are tricking your brain that this has already happened. And what will happen? When you create them neural pathways in your brain will subconsciously create that, somehow try and figure out to create that neural pathway into a real physical reality. And that's how it works. So I hope you learned a lot from this lesson about emotions and what they truly are. And the last thing I'm going to say is love. Love is the unifying force. Love is the unifying emotion. Because, like I said here, this image shows 1,000 words. What we all are is one observing consciousness expressed in thousands, if not trillions of different bodies. What's in the squirrel is inside of you. It's consciousness, it's self-awareness. And this consciousness is divided through fear and hate. And that's why they push fear and hate onto you so much. And they place you in different postcodes with different football teams and different basketball teams, and they send you different schools, and then different schools compete with the other schools to cause division. It's all about causing division and causing hatred towards others. Why? Because love. We all naturally love when we come here. When a child is born, you can see the love in its eyes. It loves everything. But as it gets older, it starts to become darkened by the matrix, the system, this dark spell that is casted upon the minds. We all need to learn how to love, because this is the unifying force that brings all of our consciousness back to one unified team. And when we figure out that these elites are literally, there's probably, they're compared to the population, there's way more of us. And if we all started to love each other, why would we need them? So anyways, I hope you all learned a lot of this lesson. Thank you all for joining the university. I look forward to teaching you more. Please let me know for anything that you want, as because you have joined, I want to make sure that you are happy inside of this university, and I want to make sure any question you have, I can answer, I can research for you. Okay? Thank you all. Have an amazing day, people. Hello, welcome back to The Real University. Today we're going to be talking about hidden spells within the language, English language. This is why we call it spelling. A lot of people are already aware of this. However, I'm going to go over some words that have double meaning, meanings to them, behind them, which trick your subconscious mind. So the word grammar comes from the word grimoire, which is also known as the book of spells, or a magic book, on how to create magical objects like wands, amulets, how to perform magic spells, charms, and summoning and invoking supernatural entities such as spirits, which are on the other side of this physical reality. So what you must understand is what you say in this physical world is also happening in the astral world as well. So your words are spells. They cast spells into the spirit plane. They cast spells into your mind. They cast vibrational frequency into your cells in the water. Water holds a lot of energy, so we're going to be going all over this. The subconscious mind takes everything as truth. Everything you say is truth to your subconscious. And you should know this by watching the Manifestation Mastery 2.0 course. I talk about this. This is so important that you understand this, because everything is truth within the subconscious. It only knows you. Your subconscious mind, if you watch the course, you should know this, it's responsible for 90% of your daily basis behavior. The thoughts that you are thinking on a daily basis, the things that you do, the things that you say, 90% of what you do and say and think you did yesterday, because of the subconscious mind holds all of your programs. What you say is molding your mind. What you state is truth in your mind. It does not know the difference between a joke or it takes everything literal. It is literal. Your mind is a manifesting supercomputer, and whatever you say into it, it says that is what I want. So whatever you tell your mind, that is what you'll have. That is what you'll believe. So every word you say is truth within the subconscious. So this is why double meaning words have an effect on your subconscious, and this is why I'm raising awareness here. So talking is a tall king. You are either a tall king by talking, by using your words wisely, or you're a small king, because you create big or you destroy yourself with your words. So talking is Phoenician. This is phonetics. So this is etymology, is when you take the root words, but phonetic etymology is when you take the sound of the word. So talk and taw are the same, because when you talk, you're creating sound waves, which is a form of a light wave. And when light waves expand in all directions, it creates a torus field. And everything is torus fields. So if you affect one torus field, it affects every torus field in creation, as above, so below. So what you say is affecting the torus fields around you in your body. You are made out of these torus fields. This is why talking is torusing. You're creating light waves, sound waves, and you are permeating creation. And this is why the Bible tells you the tongue has the power of life and death, and those who love it will eat its fruit. So the tongue is what creates these sound waves that we are producing when we talk or speak. Okay? So this is what we are essentially doing, creating sound waves. And these waves are vibrating and they affect the cells in our body and everything. This is why words are swords. This is why the word is within sword. They are swords, they cut, they damage, because frequency is the only thing that can penetrate you without your consent. In the very beginning, the Bible, John 1:1, it says, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God." This is obviously a metaphor. There was no spoken word out of a spoken mouth. It's basically saying God created the world with the use of cymatic frequencies, sound waves. Everything is sound waves, and this is observable. Geometry is the geometric shapes you see in the nature, like petals, how they're all perfect stars or five-pointed stars or the Fibonacci sequence. This is all an effect of vibrational frequencies. It's all cymatics. Everything is created out of sound. Sound is the creation of the universe. So this is how powerful words are. It's a cymatic frequency. Hello. Hell. When you say hello, you're subconsciously implanting hell into your mind and the people around you's mind. This is why it's casting a spell. Even though you may pick up on it, but your subconscious picks up hell. That is what you're picking up. And that word holds a frequency. The word hell, when you hear the word or see the word, activates thoughts within your subconscious. It activates, it stimulates it. What is everything that resembles hell in your mind? But that goes on within the subconscious without you realizing. Bless. When I bless you, I'm actually saying be less. So you're not blessing someone. You're saying be less. Appreciate. Weekend is when you're weakened. You see, they've casted spells on our cycle of life. The weekend is when you're weekend. You are weakened from the weekdays, when the working days are the weekdays, and the weekend is when you're weakened and you rest. Because in the days, you are in physical or emotional shock, unable to think or react properly. This is the days you're in. You're in a daze in the weekdays. See? Parents are a pair who rents. Because you don't, well, in this we do own our children, but in the system, we technically don't. You're a pair who rents. Slaughter. They want you to think that slaughter is laughter. You see how it's implanting messages in your subconscious to make these things okay? They want you to think slaughtering is okay, so they put the word laughter in slaughter. I'm telling you, people, the people who made this language are satanic. They are witch. These people are wizards. We're getting ran by wizards. Dark occultists and wizards. That is who we're getting run by. And they've been running for thousands of years, and they know exactly what they're doing. They've covered all aspects. They've covered the language, the frequencies, the music, the food, the water. They control everything. In every aspect of your life, they have some part in it. And it's all occult knowledge through magic. It's all magic. It's all a form of magic. Awake. Awake is an event where the family and friends of a deceased gather before the funeral. That's awake. Why are we talking? Why is the word funeral? Why is death associated with being awake? See how they are planting subconscious messages in you. They want you to feel death. They want you to be the low vibration. And it's the same with mourning. Mourning is an expression of sorrow for someone's death. They're always associating death because these people they're running a death cult. It's a death cult. It's a satanic cult. A job is Hebrew for prosecution. Soldier is a soul dyer. If you go into the army, you're a soul dyer that they just use your soul to die. And then you just wasted your time in physical incarnation. Because you never die. You will never ever die. Ever. You're eternal. You never ever die. This body is just a suit. So you're a soul dyer if you go in the soul, if you're a soldier. S-O-L means soul or sun, because the sun is a soul. Music. So we say music. See, M-E-U-sick. Music. See how it's me, you, sick? Music. Me, you, sick, because music is frequency, and frequency penetrates your body without your consent. The music we listen to today is making people sick, mentally, emotionally, and physically. What you hear, what you see, goes into the mind, it goes into the body and the spirit. It destroys you. It's hypnotism. Music is hypnotic. It's a form of hypnosis. When you listen to music and you can't think. You can't think. It makes your body move without you even being conscious of it. It's hypnosis. It makes you sick. The right music is good, don't get me wrong, but the music they use today is making you, me and you, sick. And that's another one. When we say things are sick, oh, that's really good. So we say sick. It's another spell that you're casting. You're calling yourself sick. Your subconscious mind doesn't know the difference. You're calling yourself sick, ill. Spellcasters will often use the word abracadabra when spellcasting. This is because the word abracadabra in magic means I create when I speak. Every word you say is molding your mind in some form of way. Not only is it molding your mind, you're casting frequency, you're producing frequency, light waves, sound waves into the ether around you. Okay? This is another good one. Look at the 5 vowels. A, E, I, O, U. They tell you to speak it in this order as well. They teach you this order, this exact order. A, E, I, O, U. I, O, U. Subconscious spell on yourself without you even realizing it. It's a subliminal message that you will not realize, but your subconscious will pick up. We are taught to speak them in the specific arrangement because the last 3 letters have a double meaning. You were never taught how the history of money, how it works, and how to obtain it, because your role in this system is to remain a slave. So they teach you this, A-E-I-O-U, and they do that when you are very, very, very young, because since the age of 7, so from 0 to 7, that is when your subconscious mind is wide open. So when a baby, why do you think they pick up on everything you do? If you say one thing, the next day they're saying it. It's because their subconscious is wide open to programs. Why? Because they're trying to learn what this world is. So their subconscious mind is wide open, taking in everything that you do, everything you say, your body language, the way you handle yourself, the way you talk to other people. They're taking in every little thing you say and do and making that a program so they can understand this world and the people around them. And at the age of 7, that is when their programs are written for life, and they will basically go off them for the rest of their lives. This is why it's important to look after what you do in front of your children, not just what you say, your body language, the things you eat. They pick up on everything. They're trying to make a sense of the world. From the age of 0 to 7 in school, you learn this. I owe you. It belittles you. You owe nothing. No one has right over you. This should not be real. There should be no government. We should not have. No one should be over you. Everyone is equal. Everyone is the I. Everyone is God manifested. So we don't owe anyone anything, but it's a spell in your subconscious. Signature. Sign your nature. Sig is sigil. A sigil is a magic. Is a symbol used for magic. A sigil nature. So your signature is your sigil, and when you sign that, it gives mental power over you. Once you have put your sigil into that paper, they now have mental power over you. It's magic. It's all a form of magic and brainwashing. Okay, when we say the word we're trying to use God to manifest that. Okay, because the comes from theo in Greek, which means God. So when we say theology, ology means the study of. Theology is the study of God. That's what theology is. Theo, when we say I am we are using God to bring it into existence. God is the I am. The I behind you, the I am, that's God. That's what manifested everything in your life. Everything in your life, that invisible creator inside of you has manifested everything you physically see. You are the invisible architecture, the invisible artist behind your life. The I, that's God. The only one. So when we use the word I am, this is how to bring the power to yourself. When we say I am strong, I am wealthy, I am free, I am financially free. When we say this, that I am, this is when we are we are directing vibrational frequency into our own being, into our own magnetic field, and into our own life. This is how we direct vibrational frequency and direct our word. So when we say I am directing my frequency into myself to manifest something external. Also known as the chi or the prana. It's just basically your magnetic energy. So speaking has the ability to change your genes and DNA expressions. When we listen to affirmations over and over and say them over and over for a long period of time, your genes will change. And your genes are a code for your external world, pretty much. Anything that is written in your genes will manifest into your external world. Okay? All of this is just done by your intentions, thoughts, and what you say. And if you think this is a conspiracy theory was a term invented by the CIA to discredit, confuse, ridicule, and disqualify any alternative information that contradicted the mainstream narrative. That's what a conspiracy theory was. It was created by the CIA for any belief that went against their mainstream narrative. Hollywood, the biggest spellcasting scheme, cult in the world. Hollywood. I'm going to make a whole lecture on this. Hollywood is Holywood, which comes from a holly tree, which the ancient Phoenicians and magicians used to take the holy wood. It was called holy wood because it was the best wood to make wands out of and cast spells. That's why they get their name. And what is the films? All the films, all the music that comes out of Hollywood, it's all a form of magic, subconscious spells. to fill your mind with ideology, fill your mind with this narrative. That's what they're doing through the movies and the music. Anyways, I hope you like this lecture. Thank you all for joining the Real University. I hope you're all learning a lot here, and looking forward to making some more awareness for you and more knowledge. Have an amazing day, people.
Mentalism, conscious and subconscious mind. You need to understand that the mind is the root and the cause of all reality. I am mind, you are mind. Every single living creature in this physical plane expresses and manifests mind. We are all the invisible substance of mind. We are all the source, which is God. We are all consciousness, which is mind. Before we manifest something physically, we manifest it within the realm of thought, which is the mind. Thought then manifests into astral imagination. This then gives energy within the etheric plane. Then we manifest it physically within the material effect world. Everything begins in the mind, and this is why the government are called government. The word men comes from the Latin word mans, which is an English translation for mind. We see this word in entertainment, government, mentality. It means mind. Govern means control. They are controlling the mind through information. Information creates perception within our minds, and so do the words that we use and the language that we speak. It all creates perception within the mind. It is our perception that creates reality, and our reality is a level of realization. Your reality is realization. Everything begins in the mind. This is why they are controlling your mind through many different things. Okay? So essentially, they understand how the mind works. So this is why they manifest all things through mentally and not physically. Okay? You have a conscious and a subconscious mind. The conscious mind is what you are consciously aware of. It is the 10% of your mind. It is the mind that keeps you alert. A part of your conscious mind is for survival. A part of it is your visual field. A part of it is your just five senses. It is basically what you are consciously aware of right now. Your subconscious mind is the 90% of your mind. The subconscious mind is what holds all of your memories, your programs, and all things that you have ever experienced is all stored within the subconscious mind. It is this part of you where you draw memories from, where you draw your words from. I am consciously speaking, but the words that are coming out of my mouth are not thought about consciously. They are coming straight from the subconscious mind, where all programs and memories are stored. It is essentially this part of the mind which is manifesting our daily basis behavior, because the subconscious mind stores the programs which we are operating our life off. For example, if you tie your laces, you do no longer have to consciously do them. Your hands literally just know exactly what to do because you've done it that many times. So essentially, you create these programs within your subconscious mind through repetition and emotion. These are the two main ways your subconscious mind is programmed and installs things that you do on autopilot. The subconscious mind, like I said before, manifests 90% of your daily basis actions and 90% of your daily basis thought patterns. For example, if you were in a car crash 10 years ago and you had a very traumatic event, that car crash and that emotion that you felt in that time impressed your subconscious mind with a program. And even to this day, 10 years later, you are still wary about entering cars because of that program. Even though you may be not thinking about the car crash, you are still wary about entering cars because of that program, because of that emotion impressed upon the subconscious mind. You see, everything you say, everything you think, and everything you feel is telling your subconscious mind, that is what I want. The subconscious mind takes everything literally. Even if you are talking about someone else, your subconscious mind only knows you, and it only knows yes, and it only knows the now, the present moment. So this is why the golden rule back in the ancient days was treat others like you want to be treated. Because the way you treat others is telling your subconscious mind that is how you want to be treated. And this will create subconscious programs within you, affecting you. So, before you go to sleep every single night, what you want to do is to impress your subconscious mind with thinking and feeling of something that you want to become. Become that reality. Think and feel that reality. And by doing this, you are impressing your subconscious mind, and you will wake up in the morning with ideas. Because when you install a program within your subconscious mind, like I said before, it manifests into at least 50% of your thought patterns. So let's say I created a program within my subconscious mind of how to become financially free. Well, I created the program that I am financially free. My conscious mind will start to slowly think about that program and how I can achieve that program, because the conscious mind operates on survival. So if you create a subconscious program of I am financially free, your survival conscious mind will start to operate and think and act on this program subconsciously. You won't even know that you are doing it, but you are. And this is the power of the subconscious mind. You have to reprogram it properly. You have to be careful of the things you think, say, and feel, because all of this is contributing towards molding your subconscious mind, which essentially molds your reality. It draws things to you.
Lesson 10, affirmations. So when it comes to affirmations, you need to realize every word that you are speaking is an affirmation. Every word is contributing to frequency, and that frequency is penetrating the ether, the quantum field, your body, and molding your mind. So you need to be careful and specific with the words that you are saying at all times, because they have the power of life or death. So when you speak an affirmation or a statement, you need to make sure that you are speaking in present tense. The reason for this is because the subconscious mind does not know the future or the past. It only knows the now, and it only knows you. And because it only knows you, you have to speak to it. And every time you speak, you are speaking to it, and you are molding it, you are programming it with the words that you speak and the words that you hear. So even to the people you speak to, if you call someone else a name, your subconscious mind is going to pick this up and think that you are speaking about yourself. This is why you need to speak to other people with care and with positivity, because you're helping them and helping you. So you need to make sure that every word is contributing to your mind, contributing and positively going to impact your mind and your vibration. So be very careful the words that you say. So when you say statements and affirmations, you want to make sure they're in the present tense, which is I am, I have. Okay? So let's say you want financial freedom, you say I am financially free. And if you say I want financial freedom, or I will have financial freedom, it's not as powerful. You need to use the present tense. You need to trick the subconscious mind that you already have it and you already possess. And this means you become that frequency. And you become that mind. You become that person. So the way I did it was that I recorded. I downloaded an app on my phone, a voice recording app, and I'd said affirmations into it I listened to it every day. It was just different affirmations about what I wanted. I am affirmations. And I listened to them as much as I can. I didn't just do it in the mornings. I'd listen to it every single morning, every single night, guaranteed. But whenever I had time or whenever my mind was free, I would say them. I would state them. I would become them. You need to become the words that you are saying. You need to have emotion behind them when you say affirmations. And yeah, I just repeated them as much as possible on a daily basis and filled my mind with these words to create the program in the subconscious. And it's so important you do this because this is a massive effect, and it's a form of magic. Just literally creating a program in your mind is a form of magic, and you will see it slowly seeps into your life. It doesn't just appear one day. It slowly seeps into your life before your eyes, and you won't even realize. And one day you'll be realizing, wow, this is what I dreamed for. This is what I've been manifesting. And you won't realize. It just slowly comes into your life. It becomes one with your life, whatever you're trying to manifest. So, yes, make sure they're in the present tense and you are saying them with emotion. Do them every single morning when your brain is in theta. Because when you wake up, your brain is producing theta waves or theta waves, which means your subconscious mind is wide open to programming. So you need to make sure that you're saying them then. And this is also your brain is also in theta waves just before you go to sleep. So sometimes I would listen to them over and over. I'd have them on repeat whilst I sleep, and I'd wake up and I'd still listen to them. You need to get these words that ingrained in your mind and these statements that ingrained in your mind that it rewires your brain and it rewires your whole DNA in your body, and it will slowly seep into your life. Okay, this is a very powerful technique. Hello and welcome. Today we're going to be talking about dopamine and how dopamine is ruining your life and what it is and how it's triggered. So, first of all, everything in this matrix that we live in, everything in this system is specifically designed to trigger your dopamine. Now, the people who are running this matrix understand the human body, they understand the mind, they understand how your body functions on the deepest levels. So these phones, these apps, everything you can see in this matrix was designed by very, very, very intelligent, illuminated people who understand how these functions work within the brain. And they are using this against you, okay, to keep you a slave to the system. So what you must understand that there are three major glands in the brain. You have the thalamus, the pineal, and the pituitary gland. The pineal represents the masculine, the pituitary represents the female, the sun and the moon. Now, the pineal gland is an organ situated inside of the brain that secretes melatonin, serotonin, and dimethyltryptamine. So essentially, and the hypothalamus, or the thalamus, is what releases dopamine. Okay, so dopamine is produced in the brain, and it is basically the body's reward system. And the matrix, or everything you see around you, is designed to trigger and overstimulate your dopamine and trigger your body's reward system. Okay, so dopamine triggers the brain's reward system. So starting with your phone is the biggest dopamine hitter ever, and it is basically the enslavement of your mind. You see, your phone is a digital footprint of your mind. That's why it's called an iPhone. The I is the inner I within you, your consciousness, your mind. And that mind of yours is now being digitally tracked. Of every thought you think, you're manifesting into that phone, okay? And it's tracking your mind. And this is how AI has been created. they did not create AI. AI is an artificial intelligence created by us because we have fed our minds into these digital phones, which has recorded how our minds work, which has then they have put together to create algorithms to create an artificial consciousness, which is AI. Anyways, that's another video that we can go into. Your phone is destroying you. It's actually destroying your mental health. So you have notifications, all of the apps, all of the notifications, there's so much going on. There's so many bright colors on the screen. The brightness is very high. There's blue light coming off it. You have thousands of different apps, thousands of different notifications coming through. All of these notifications are making you feel on a subconscious level that you are needed. Okay. And it releases dopamine within your brain. That's why these phones are so addictive, because they are triggering your brain's reward system, and your body thinks that you are doing something good. And this dopamine within you it makes you feel really good. Okay, likes on your post, on your Instagram post, every time you get a like, every time you like a post, every time you hear music, is releasing dopamine within your brain. Information, so every reel that you are scrolling is releasing dopamine, and this is why a lot of people are getting depressed. It's because their dopamine is so high that when they get off their phone, they can't enjoy their life, because their phone is giving them rewards of doing nothing. Of sitting there on your phone is giving your brain rewards, and it's tricking your body and mind that you are doing something good. Okay? Talking about your dreams. So let's say you want to become a millionaire, and I go to my friends and go and tell them all, oh, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, and I'm doing this and I'm doing that to become a millionaire. That actually releases dopamine in your brain when you're telling people this. This is why you feel so good when you're talking about yourself. Try and always put the focus on other people. That's another social tip, actually. When you are talking to people, the secret to communication is to get them talk about themselves, because it releases dopamine in their brain. And this way, by getting people to talk about themselves, it's a great way to open up with people and gain connections and gain great communication skills, because people have never-ending words talking about themselves. So never talk about your dreams to people. Never talk about what you're going to do or what you want to do, because this will release dopamine in your brain, telling you that you have already achieved this goal when you haven't even got it. So what it's actually doing, it's tricking your brain, thinking that you've already got the dream, the £1 million, and you're less likely to go and get it after that, because your brain already thinks it's got it. And your subconscious mind takes every word you think, every word you say, literally. It takes everything you say like as truth. Okay? It's very important so that you don't, talk about your dreams to people. Sugar is a drug. Did you know if sugar was illegal, it'd be a Class A drug? It would be a Class A drug. It's so addictive. It activates the brain's reward system, dopamine. That's why it's so addictive, because every time you eat this poison, it is fruit sugar is not poison. That's very good. It has fructose, and your body runs off the energy of fructose. However, this sugar, this artificial sugar, is destroying you because it's making you feel like you're doing something good. And that's why it feels so amazing. That's why it's so addictive. That's why sweets and chocolate are so addictive, because there's so much sugar in this stuff. It's activating the brain's reward system, making you become addicted. Masturbation is the worst one ever. So look at the matrix from my point of view now. You have sugar in every piece of food. You have free websites for porn to see any woman or male that you want to see. You could see the most, stunning girl on there at the click of your fingers. You can get that for free. Okay? So when something is free, you are the product. You have to understand that. You are the product. What are they gaining out of you if they are giving something for free? First of all, they're gaining your information, your IP address and stuff like that, and they're getting you weak because releasing dopamine, orgasms are the best feeling a human can feel, or any living being can feel. An orgasm is the best feel. There's nothing that can top an orgasm unless you're taking synthetic drugs like heroin or something like that. But orgasms are the best natural way to get the most amount of dopamine in your brain, in your body. That's why it feels so good when you orgasm. So if you are doing this on a daily basis, it releases so much dopamine in your brain, and I mean like so much. How can you enjoy little things in life? This is why a lot of people are so careless, because they're scrolling their minds away silly on their phone, which is releasing dopamine. Then they go and eat some sugar, which is more dopamine. Then at nighttime, they're logging onto porn and getting a load of more dopamine. You see, everything is triggering the brain reward system in this matrix, and it's keeping you lazy. It keeps you lazy. When your bodies feel like it's doing something good, but the eating and masturbation, it's destroying your motivation. You can't function in a world. You can't do it. Okay? How can you enjoy life and little things? Like I don't know an example. For example, just in nature. If you're walking through a woods, how are you going to enjoy that when at the tip of your fingers you're going to go home and destroy yourself silly on these dirty websites, getting the most amount of dopamine ever? This is why it's so sacred. Sacred. We should not be releasing. You should never be releasing unless you're creating a baby, and that is that simple. And to anyone who says that is unhealthy, they are wrong. You should not release. That fluid inside of you can create a whole other human being. Think of how powerful that is. That little fluid of that inside of you it carries every single mineral, every single vitamin to create a whole new human being. And you're just going to go waste it. And that's why it feels so good when you get rid of it. But it's actually killing a part of you every time you get rid of it. Because when when that fluid is inside of you, instead of wasting it outside of you, that sacred body's fluid is actually vitalizing all of your cells and nourishing your body. Okay, so you have to get into retention. It's the best way you can gain power and gain confidence and gain your life spark again. Because it's killing you people. It's killing you people. Everything, like I said, everything in this matrix is designed for dopamine. It's all triggering the brain's reward system, so it keeps you lazy and on your ass scrolling on your phone. So we'd have to do dopamine detoxes, a phone detox, caffeine detox. Caffeine releases dopamine in the brain. Another one, everyone drinks caffeine. So they wake up, they drink caffeine, dopamine. Then they have sugar in there, which is more dopamine. Then they scroll on the phone, which is more dopamine. They watch the TV, it's more dopamine. Everything's dopamine. And I mean everything in this matrix. You can't enjoy the little things. Okay? Exercise. So instead of doing these things, instead of having all this dopamine, you need to go on a detox. Okay, you want to exercise. This is natural dopamine. You want to activate the brain's reward system when you have earned it by running or not eating all day, then eating at the end of the day. This is natural dopamine. If you're eating all day, then you have no drive, you have no motivation. This is why I keep myself hungry whilst I work through the day, because it gives me that drive. Okay, meditate. Drink natural water. Goal setting. This is the most important. It gives you drive. It helps you gain focus. It gives you that straight path when you are getting rid of this dopamine. So I advise every single one of you, turn off your phone, turn off TVs, anything that gives you pleasure. And I mean anything, food, like your phone, TV, notifications, What else have we got? Gaming. Get rid of it all. Music. Music is another one that gives you dopamine. Talking about your goals. Get rid of all of this. Do a dopamine detox. This will definitely help you in your life, help you gain mental clarity. It will give you a perspective that you've probably never seen before, and yourself that you've probably never seen before. And it's another way to grow and elevate your mind and grow in life. Lesson number 11, prayer and emotions. Prayer is not something that we should be begging for, you see, because it all comes from a point of vibration and energy. So let's say you are praying, something bad happened to you, and you are praying for, something better to come to you or a better circumstance. But because you are praying from a place of negativity and a place of suffering, you are giving out that suffering and negative energy outwards, and you will receive more. Okay, so make sure when you pray, it says this in the Bible. It says, therefore I tell you, whatever you ask for in prayer, believe that you have it, and it will be yours. Because you have to think and feel as if you already have something, so that you become that vibrational energy. When you match that frequency, you receive things based on that frequency. And this is what emotions come in. Believing is about emotion, being. A being is when you become something, and you become something by feeling it with your emotions. So emotions are actually a creational force that was given to us so that we can manifest and attract things magnetically to our lives. So emotions should not be reactive. We should be using our emotions to attract things to us through prayer. So emotions can be used reversibly. We can use this law of emotions. So let's say let's say you really want financial freedom. When you have that money, it gives you the emotion of feeling free. And you can reverse this. Okay? Even if you don't have the money, you can feel that emotion, which will still attract the money. Because you are being that emotion, you are becoming that vibration. And this will impress your subconscious mind. As we talked about in reprogramming the subconscious mind, it gets impressed by emotion. Emotion is what impresses the mind and creates these mental programs, which then create our daily basis behavior. So by becoming the frequency, by becoming the emotion and feeling it every day, you attract that frequency. You attract that. You are becoming it before you even have it physically. See, everything begins in the mind, as always. And this is why when you pray, you want to make sure that you are imagining that you already have it. Okay? Or let's say someone, let's say someone cuts you in traffic. If someone cuts you in traffic, you shouldn't sit there going crazy and calling them names. You should bless that person. You should say, have an amazing day or whatever. Just say it in your mind. Instead of saying the negative things, give out the positive. Bless the person and you will receive more back. It's all these little things that have an effect on your mind. All the little things, the little comments, the little thoughts, you need to remove all of these little negative ones and replace them and transmute them into positive. And you will see more and more things take place in your life, which will contribute towards your manifestation. So when you pray, make sure you do it once a day, or once or twice a day, or as much as possible, thinking and feeling that you already have it. Don't ask for something. Believe you have the something with your emotions. Your emotions should be used to attract, to become. Hello, people. We're going to be talking about psychology, the subconscious, and how it's basically trying to ruin your life in some sort of way, because your whole life, your subconscious has been programmed. You have programs, and more than likely, if you join this university, You're looking for some sort of advancement in mentally or physically or spiritually, whatever it is. And the subconscious is what is holding you back. Your whole life, you've ingrained your subconscious. You've told your subconscious this is what you want. Your life right now, if you hate your life, your subconscious is manifesting programs where it's basically it likes this life. Your subconscious likes this life that you live, but your conscious mind does not. But your whole life, you've been programming your subconscious, this is what you want. Every word you say, every action you take, everything you listen to is telling your subconscious this is what you want, because it takes everything as truth, and it accelerates everything. Everything you say, whether that is bad or good. So for example, if you are a loser and you have not much going for you and you want to change your life and you're trying to change your life, but you're finding it so hard to even get out of your room. Let's say you are an introvert, an introvert where you can't really speak to people. Your subconscious mind is manifesting this program. It's telling you not to speak to people. It's telling you to stay in your room. But every time you consciously walk out of that room, your subconscious will walk you back into that room. But you have to keep moving forward. You have to keep going and taking action and slowly reprogramming the subconscious mind. You want to walk out of the room. You want the financial freedom. If you want financial freedom, but you're in a place now where you don't have it, your subconscious is manifesting your reality. Your subconscious wants you broke. And it wants you because this is the program it's operating on. Your whole life has molded your subconscious mind, and this is what is creating your conscious reality, your external reality. So therefore you must change it. It will keep you broke until you change them broke programs. That is what the subconscious will do. It will keep you in safety because your whole life you've been wanting safety. If your whole life you wanted fighting, then your subconscious will manifest fighting. Like I said, it will walk you back into the room every time you walk out, but you just have to keep going and rewire the subconscious and change it. You must change the inner to change the outer. You change your internal state to project an outwards reality. Your reality, everything, like every relationship you have, every personal possession you have, everything you listen to, everything you do, every action you take is all a reflection of your internal mind. It's all an aspect of your mind. Every relationship you have is an aspect of your own mind. And whether you observe that or not, your girlfriend, for example, if you have a girlfriend, if you have a boyfriend, do you truly love this person? Or is it coming from a subconscious place of desire or fulfillment of lust? Is it a fulfillment of sexual desire? Or is it a hole that you are trying to fill of aloneness, of being lonely? Do you truly love this person, or is it a shadow trait manifesting on the surface of your reality? You have to deep dive within your mind and question every single person in your life. Why do I have this person in my life? What is it am I trying to gain from them? What is it that this person is fulfilling in my mind? And if it's for negative reasons, then you need to get rid of this person or transmute into something that is positive in this person. Do you truly want to show love to this person, or is it just a subconscious fulfillment of loneliness? Are you scared, or is it a fear? Is it fear of being alone? Is this why you have people in your life? And you're probably thinking, well, yes, but what if it is? If that is true, everything in the subconscious comes to reality. It's just a matter of time. The only thing you can control is the time that program will reveal itself. That darkness you have within you will come to light, and you will show it to the person. If you are with that person just for lust and a fulfillment of sexual desire, then it will come to light. Sooner or later, 10 years time, it might take that. It will come to light, and it will create destruction in your life or in their life, which brings you bad karma. It's like a seed. The subconscious is a garden, and every subconscious program is a seed which is slowly growing towards the light. Every thought is a seed which is planting within the subconscious. So you must question every single person in your life. You must question everything you're chasing in your life. Why do you want certain things? Why do you want this person? Why do you want the money? What is it? What is it deep down within you that you want it? Is it for good or is it for bad? And if it's for bad, you need to transmute it or you need to get rid of it. Nothing can fill your holes externally. Now, let me tell you this. Nothing external will ever fill that hole you have inside of you, that unfulfillment you have within you. Nothing can fill that other than God, other than the higher self, other than pure love and light. Nothing will ever fulfill your needs physically. Nothing in this three-dimensional reality will ever make you happy. I remember when I first started this journey, and I thought, okay, it would bring me happiness. Now, as you go on with your journey, you hit certain milestones and it's not enough. No, and then you come to you sooner rather than later, you come to a realization where nothing tangible will ever fulfill that inner hole you have within you. No car, no money amount, no whatever it is, that house you want, that car you want, them clothes that you want, it will never, ever bring you happiness. Ever. Because this three-dimensional reality is holographic. It's not even real. It's a projection within yourself. And your mind is not even inside of this reality. It's operating on a higher level. You're not from this reality. Your body is a part of this reality. But the higher mind within you, the mind within you, the substance that makes you a conscious being, a being of consciousness of the universe, that universal spark within you it's not a part of this physical existence. Therefore, this physical existence cannot fulfill the desire of this internal substance of the universe. The only thing that can fill this hole within you is love, peace, and unity with the self, and being happy with the self, and being one with your being. Now, that's not to say that we should not strive for greatness in this physical reality, in this physical existence. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that you should not want to become wealthy, not want financial freedom, and not want the great things in this physical existence and the high end of society. I'm not saying that. You should strive for greatness. You should strive for financial freedom and wealth. It's balancing the inner and the outer self, the physical and the spiritual self. It's balancing. You are physical for a reason. You incarnated for a reason. Therefore, you should balance your inner world with your outer world. But all of your outer world should come from a place of love. This is why you must rewrite the programs here. You must create love-based programs. You must create a base. This base down here of this iceberg is creating the surface. And if all of these programs down here are all negative and come from a place of abandonment and a place of fear, then this surface will be negative. Your external reality will be negative. And what you will do, you'll cause destruction in your life and other people's lives. So you must build a foundation. You must reset the programs in your subconscious, coming from a place of love, from a place of peace. We should all strive for mental clarity and a good mind and keeping a good mind. A negative mind creates a negative external reality. Where you are in life is a direct correlation of every thought you have thought up until this very point. Every thought you have thought in the past has led you to watching this video right now. Therefore, you must keep the mind clean of positive thoughts only. The goal should be mastering every single thought that enters the cranium of your brain. You must master everything. You must master this. If you do not master positive thinking, then you will never master your external reality. You'll never have full control over your life. Because if you let external forces control your internal state, then you'll forever be governed. You'll be forever creating someone else's reality and not your own reality. We must take control of our own minds. And how do we do that? Cutting out all of the negative content, all of the things that you take inwards. Your five senses are taking information, which then goes into the mind, the conscious, and then into the subconscious, which then molds your reality. So therefore, if you want to create a certain reality, you must fill your mind with this reality. You must fill it. Fill it with, if you want financial freedom, fill your mind with financial freedom and ideas, and it will become a reality. You see, your brain is producing this reality. What you're experiencing right now is the brain's simulation. It's a simulation of the body. The body is a piece of electrical computer decoding and creating this reality that you see on the screen of your mind. Therefore, what does that tell you? Your mind is altering this reality. What you think has a projection and has an effect on this reality because the mind is within the brain. The brain produces the reality, and the reality is a direct correlation of every thought in your mind. Every person you have in your mind, every person you have in your life is a reflection of your own mind. Whether you know that or not, whether it's subconscious or conscious, there is a reason, there is an aspect of your mind that has this person in your life. So we must go deep, deep, deep within ourselves and figure out what is the true cause of having certain things in your life. Are they for good reasons? Are they subconscious? Identify whether you truly love this person in your life, or is it coming from a place of fear, anxiety, loneliness? Are you keeping them there just because you are scared of fear? Scared of loneliness, sorry? Or is it, do you truly love this person? You must identify this. We all have an anima. It's basically, an anima is an animation of all, and this anime, for example, you're trying to meet a girlfriend, for example, and every girl you meet, okay, there is an animation in your mind that has been built from all of your past experiences from every female you've ever encountered. Therefore, you have this perfect version of a female in your mind that you want to meet, and you are trying to see this in that person. Okay, this is a very, very good teaching of psychology. There is an anima which you must come to one with, and you must understand that you will never actually truly find this anima, this animation, this perfect person. You'll never find it. Okay, and if you've had bad experiences of women in your life, your mother, your sister, your ex-girlfriend, or your friends, this has then built up a bad animation, and you will see this in every single person that you meet. You will see this in every single female that you meet. So now that I've addressed that, you can now identify, wow, is this person just has this, or is it just me looking for my anima in this person? You will see in people what you see in your mind. If you are a negative person, you will only focus on the negative aspects of someone else. If you are hating on me, I understand that is coming from a negative aspect of yourself that you hate about yourself. If you call someone else ugly, there is an aspect of your mind that tells you that you are ugly, that you hate about yourself. So this world that you are in is a direct correlation of the mind. We are living in the mind of God. And you must mold yourself to this higher version. There are infinite versions of yourself in this universe, in this mental universe. And there is a version of yourself that has everything that you've ever wanted. And there is a version of yourself that is pure good, pure love, pure peace. And this is what we all need to strive for, make the world a better place. When we all realize that the world is a reflection of our mental states and our mental landscapes are projecting our external reality, we will all figure out and that we can all change the world. And when we all figure out this, we can all mold ourselves to the highest versions of ourselves, of love, peace, enlightenment, and wisdom. The whole world will become a better place. But because we have a government, which means govern your mind, govern your ment, they are placing their own information in your mind, which is creating their reality. You are manifesting the New World Order. We are manifesting our own enslavement because of the beliefs that we take from school, the beliefs and information that we take from these institutions. We are manifesting this reality of enslavement. And until we figure out that our minds are projecting this reality, we will forever maintain a slave under the government. We project our own realities, and we all need to mold to the higher selves and come from a place of love and peace. And that is when the world becomes heaven. Heaven on earth. That is heaven on earth. When we all figure out the divine power within us and we no longer use it for negative. You can't fix the hole you have inside of you. If you feel like you have something lost within inside of you, nothing external will ever fix that. The only thing will fix that is reaching that higher self and reaching the God within you and finding the peace within yourself. I hope this video had a very positive impact on you and you gained some insights. Watch this over and over again if you truly want to gain the true message. But just remember, analyze your life. Analyze whether, do I truly love this person? What are your true subconscious desires behind everything in your life? Is it coming from a place of fear, grief? Is it coming from a place of negativity, or is it coming from a place of love? And if it's coming from a place of negativity, that you have inner healing to do, and you must heal yourself and reprogram the subconscious mind. Have an amazing day, people. Hello, people. Today we're going to be talking about the secrets of the human heart. Everything they told you about the heart is a complete lie. There's secrets behind it, and you're going to find out why. And it's very important that you understand that the heart is not a pump. It's not a pump. They lied about this. The lungs is a pump. The lungs is what pumps the blood around the body. It's the oxygen. Oxygen is reacting on the blood. Now, what do you use to use a pump? You use air to pump things up. That's what your lungs are. They use air, oxygen. Now, oxygen carries magnetism. If you pour liquid oxygen between two magnetic magnets, you find an attraction, as you can see here. So this attraction proves that there is magnetic principles within oxygen, liquid oxygen. So when we breathe, we are essentially breathing in magnetism. Magnetism is the force driving this world. So your heart is a chestahedron. It's a seven-sided shape in geometry, and each side is pretty much equal. It's a chestahedron. Look at the word chestahedron, chest, where your heart is. And it looks very, very similar. So this is the sacred geometry of the heart. And when a chestahedron is placed in an angle, when it's placed in a box, a cube, it sits at an angle of 36 degrees off center. This is the same angle which the heart sits within the chest. That's why it's called a chestahedron, because that's what the heart is. It's a chestahedron. And when you place a chestahedron into water, it causes a spiral. It causes a vortex motion, because your heart is essentially a vortex generator. So the heart is not a pump, it is a valve. This is where blood goes into. And when the blood goes into the heart, this is what causes it a vortex, because the heart is in a shape of a vortex. Look at the tissues, everything's wrapped around, everything's spiraled. See this here? This is the spiral of magnetism. So all of the valves and the cords and the fibers are all wrapped around each other. It's a vortex. And if you take off the tissue of the heart, you would see this. It kind of looks like the Holy Grail. And this is essentially the vortex spiraling of the heart tissues. And if you unraveled the heart, because your heart is one tissue, it's one muscle. Look at it here. This is a heart unfolded. And it's just spiraled together to create this. That's what the heart is. So the heart's tissues is spiraled here, and the heart itself is all wrapped around each other in a vortex, in a spiral. Because all spiraling is all to do with magnetism. So the heart is a vortex generator. The heart takes blood, so blood enters the heart. The heart charges this blood. It reacts with the heart. The blood is turned into the heart moves through the blood moves through a vortex motion within the heart and then goes back out of the heart. So there is something going on inside the heart which is very, very crucial that we might be missing. So the heart is spiraling blood, and there's a reason why it's doing this. When you spiral something, it gives it more energy. It gives it more frequency, more energy, more force behind it. So by spiraling the blood, it's turning blood into plasma. That's what the heart is doing. It reacts with the heart, it turns it into a vortex and turns the blood into the fourth state of liquid, or fourth state of matter, which is plasma. Okay? Plasma is proved to be in the blood. Plasma is a part of the blood that carries platelets and red blood cells and white blood cells around the body. Plasma makes up approximately 55% of the blood. So plasma is a state of matter, which they'll never tell you about because they try and hide plasma as much as possible. It's ionized gas. And that's what's going on in the heart. The heart is a vortex energy generator for the blood. And the blood and the body is being fed by plasma. Plasma energy, the fourth state of matter. And if you go and read the Emerald Tablets will tell you this exact same thing. Emerald Tablets of Thoth. They're supposedly thousands of years old, or it was supposedly written by Doriel, who was an occultist. Apparently he translated them. Either way, he was an occultist. So it's either written by an occultist or it's actually 100,000 years old. In the physical are these channels, the blood which moves through the vortical motion, reacting on the heart to continue its beating. So what is that telling you? The blood moves in vortical motion. It's a vortex. Reacting on the heart. What's it reacting with? There's something in the heart that turns blood into plasma. It reacts with the blood, reacts with the heart. Then it says, magnetism which moves through the nerves paths, carrier of energy to all the cells and tissues. So your body's being fed by magnetism, people. They'll never ever teach you this in school. That your whole body is running off magnetism and plasma. You're literally you are an energy being. When you understand this, you are made of energy. You're running off spiritual, etheric energy that you cannot see. They just teach you in school that you're running off blood and oxygen. It's way deeper than this. We're being run by magnetism. Magnetism is the driving force of all creation. Magnetism which moves through the nerve paths and carrier of energies to the cells and tissues. Akasa which flows through the channels, subtle yet physical, completing the channels. Personally, I think Akasa is plasma. Okay, plasma is Akasa. completing the channels, each one of the three attuned with each other, each affecting the life of the body. So all of these three things, okay, the heart, magnetism, and akasa, they're all working together to create the body, to create the life. Form they the skeletal framework through which the subtle ether flows. So it's telling you ether is real. Ether is the substance that connects the physical and the astral. It's your etheric body is where your chakras are. So your chakras are your etheric energy body. And these energies, these 7 energies, is what gives life to the physical form. They feed energy into the physical form. So the ether, subtle yet physical, is charging the body through the skeletal framework. So it's telling you this, and even the word heart has ether within it if you just rearranged A and the E. Put the H on the beginning of, put the H on the end of heart and you get earth. Because what the heart is actually doing, it's taking the energy of the electromagnetic field around us, which is everywhere, that everything is filled with magnetism and electromagnetism. The earth is a giant electromagnetic torus field, and all of this energy from the center is feeding directly into your heart. Because the center of this earth is the heart of the earth. The center of you is your heart. And the center of the aura borealis, whatever you want to call it, this energy that's emitted from the center of this earth is feeding directly into you, and your heart is transmuting this energy from the earth to react with your blood, and your blood is then feeding your physical body through plasma. That's what's going on. You yourself and your heart is directly connected to the earth. That's why your heart rearranged its earth. You're directly connected to the cosmos. Everything they do to poison you and give you all this stuff is to keep you disconnected from the universe. You yourself are the universe. Your body is directly in correlation electromagnetically with the earth. So the heart is the balance. That's how you connect with things, through the heart. Okay. You see Jesus with the Sacred Heart, always pointing at the heart. Matthew 6:21, for where your treasure is, there your heart will be also. What's that telling you? What's your treasure, your goal, what you're doing in life? There your heart will be also, because your heart is a guide through this lifetime. Your heart has an intelligence. Every single organ in your body has consciousness, and you think with it. You can think with these different organs. You can think with the brain, you can think with the heart, you can think with, the reproductive area. That's why, everyone always says you're thinking with your penis. For if you're a man, you know about this. People say that. That's just a saying, but it's true. You think with these body parts, people, and your heart is a guide. It knows everything that's right. It knows the things that you need to do. So that's why your heart is called a chest, because your treasure chest is in the chest. Sorry, your treasure is in the chest.